God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have no one for call to audience, so we'll go to approval of the March 24th, 2022 meeting summary.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mayor Honey, seconded by Chairman Capicio. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We'll go to the consent agenda. The first item is region-wide highway user revenue fund report. David Atler.
Mr. Chair, those are just there for questions. If you have any
Okay.
questions, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for consent agenda items?
There's no action required either.
I move approval, Mr. Chair.
There's no action required, so.
I'll second.
Okay, so I'm not hearing any questions for the consent agenda. This is not an action item, as I understand it. Is that correct? Mr.
That's
Medina?
correct, Mr. Chair. Those are just for information. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer your questions.
I'm hearing no questions for items under the consent agenda. Okay, we'll move on to item 6. Arizona Department of Transportation's Arizona Passenger Rail Corridor Study, Tucson to Phoenix. Jamie Brown will introduce the guest speakers. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council. For this item, we're very glad to have representatives from the Arizona Department of Transportation and Amtrak in attendance today, both virtually and in person. From ADOT, Mr. Paul Patnay, ADOT Multimodal Planning Director, and Mr. Carlos Lopez, ADOT Corridor Planning Manager, to provide information about ADOT's Arizona Passenger Rail Corridor Study, Tucson to Phoenix. From Amtrak, Mr. Alex Coffin, Senior Manager, Government Affairs, will provide background information about Amtrak and will also share information about Amtrak's proposed new rail service between Tucson and Phoenix. Thank you to our guests for your attendance today and your willingness to present. We'll start with the presentation from ADOT, followed by Amtrak. Mr. Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of Regional Council. My name is Carlos Lopez. I'm with the Arizona Department of Transportation Planning Division, and it's a pleasure to be here to give a summary on the Arizona Passenger Rail Corridor Study between Tucson and Phoenix that was completed in 2016. Next slide, please. These are the corridors that were evaluated in the Tier 1 environmental impact statement between Tucson and Phoenix. The map on the right indicates the range of alternatives that were considered connecting Tucson and Phoenix. And these included routes that proposed to follow existing highways, planned freeways, existing rail lines. And so there was a variety of routes and options that were initially evaluated through our technical criteria, public feedback, environmental analysis. These routes were reduced or to our top 2 alternatives in the yellow and the orange as part of the environmental impact statement. And so that's the larger map. And those were studied and detailed in the environmental impact statement. And so the yellow and orange do have common corridors where it's the same route for both. And so just to give you a quick overview of these routes, starting in Tucson, there's a connection to the Tucson International Airport, downtown Tucson at the Amtrak station. Then the corridor transitions over to I-10 and towards city of Eloy. And then at that point, there's a differentiation between yellow and orange. The yellow proposes to follow the existing rail corridor owned by Union Pacific Railroad. And so that's the yellow corridor through Coolidge, Pinal County, and into the Phoenix metro area. The orange corridor proposes to follow planned freeways or existing freeways. And so It would traverse Pinal County, connecting with the Loop 202, the US 60 into the Phoenix metro area. And then in Phoenix, they would meet near the Amtrak station in downtown with subsequent connections to the West Valley of Phoenix. And so these were again evaluated as part of the analysis, and the white dots that you see indicate station locations in coordination with the cities and towns throughout the corridor, airports, and those were also documented as part of the project. Next slide, please. So just a quick overview of the yellow and orange corridor alternatives. And so one part of the criteria was the estimated daily ridership between Tucson and Phoenix. So this project was completed in 2016. So at that time, our baseline year was 2010 and our forecast year was 2035. So that's what we showed here in this slide. And so we estimated if a system were open in 2010, what would ridership look like? And also looking ahead to year 2035, what would ridership look like? With a small advantage on the yellow corridor alternative with around 20,000 riders per day. Next slide. Cost estimates. So that's another part of the analysis as we looked into these different routes. So the yellow, as I mentioned, the yellow alternative follows or proposes to follow the existing freight corridors. And so there was a lot of at grade, proposed system, mostly at grade on the ground, whereas the orange alternative followed existing freeways or planned freeways where it would have additional structure, bridges, flyovers. And so that's a factor in when it comes to the cost estimating between the yellow and the orange, with the yellow being a little more cost effective in terms of being mostly at grade throughout the corridor. So these estimates were conducted in 2014 and included an estimate for the proposed right-of-way, construction, and also the equipment that would be needed for this proposed passenger rail service. Next slide, please. Testing, testing. Hello?
Hey, Carlos, it's Jamie.
Sorry, I lost connection.
You lost connection. Okay. Do you think we should just transition over to Alex and then come back to you? Or is Chris trying to reconnect?
Let's see. Let me exit and then try to.
I've got Carlos.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can hear you from the online group, Carlos.
Okay, thank you.
They're working on getting us back online. Just give us 1 second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia. We believe it'll create significant economic impact to the region. And we think now is the perfect time to have this conversation and try it. So the question is, how are we going to try it? What are the tools that we have right now? Well, luckily, Congress passed the infrastructure bill, and it was a historic investment in infrastructure of around roughly $550 billion. And what's really exciting about that is within that structure is $66 billion for passenger rail. And what's even more interesting and even more exciting is that within that bucket is $12 billion that went to the FRA specifically for establishment of new corridor service and improvement of existing. So the box to your right on the bottom. So that's a grant that potentially could be used for connecting Tucson to Buckeye. And a couple of weeks ago, FRA released its corridor identification and development program. Essentially what this is, it's a program that will create a pipeline for projects for corridor development. And the first step of this program is asking interested parties to submit their very brief interest, and it's really brief, to let the FRA know that there is interest at the ground level, at the local level, to further explore this conversation. They identified interested parties as states or group of states, entities implementing interstate compacts, regional passenger rail authorities, MPOs, political subdivisions, federally recognized Indian tribes, even Amtrak, and other public entities as determined by the Secretary of Transportation. So the most important part of this slide, and I think of a general discussion around the corridor development specifically for Tucson to Buckeye, is that right now, at this moment, there is no requirement whatsoever for a local match, a funding commitment, or even an agreement with the host railroads to start the conversation about what all of this may look like. And it could be that when the conversation is started, that the FRA comes back and says, we know this is probably a good idea, but we don't think you're ready. That could be one of the options. Or they could say, let's take the next step and work on the service development plan. So the point here is we really don't know unless we figure out whether the next step is worth taking. And that's alerting the FRA, and any of these groups could do it. It could be a combination of them or one of them. So that's the next immediate step. A couple of important dates to keep in mind. The FRA will release an RFP at the end of this year, asking some more specific questions. And at that point, eligible entities will provide some additional information. And then around May 13, 2023, the FRA will issue its final map of the projects that they will be including in this program. So I think going back to reimagining passenger rail service, if we're okay with the status quo, then I think it's fine. But if we're not okay, if we want to connect more communities with one another, if we want to take this opportunity to address congestion and develop, have more economic development in the region, perhaps even help the environment, then now is the time to think that. Now is the time to think about those next steps. And there are short-term, immediate steps, such as letting the FRA know that there is interest to have this conversation. And then there are short, medium to long term. And that's really understanding sort of how you as a group will have this conversation. So I think this is a perfect time to have this discussion. Frankly, I do not believe this level of investment will ever happen again. $66 billion is, while it's not enough to address the backlog of infrastructure needs in this country, $12 billion for starting corridor development process is pretty good, and it's historic. So now is the time to use the tools that may be available from the federal government and think how we can all partner up and work together to take the next step.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Do we take questions now from the board?
If you like, yes, and then we can go back to the ADOT presentation.
Okay.
Are they hooked up? Okay.
Supervisor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Calvin, is there strength in numbers in terms of letting the FRA know about our regional interests? In other words, would there be value in not just the PAG as an MPO, but the county and the city and the other jurisdictions expressing interest? Would that have resonance with the FRA?
I believe it will. I mean, I think the letter that went out about a year ago from the mayors that signed it was probably one of the most impressive and useful letters that I've seen in a while, because it really illustrated bipartisanship and support for the idea of having the conversation. And I think folks took notice. So yes, to answer your question, I think it will be helpful.
Mr. Chair, and maybe I would pose this to Mr. Benavides. Is this agenda item broad enough where we could entertain a motion to have a statement of interest come out of the PAG as an MPO?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of the board or council, I think so, yes.
I would so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. If there are additional questions before we take a, Mr. Kaufman. Yep, Mayor.
I do. Thank you for that motion. I'm really happy that we moved on that. As one of the mayors that put together that mayor's letter that followed the route, the potential new route from Tucson to Phoenix and then into the West Valley. It was a bipartisan letter that we put together. There's more and more mayors jumping onto that letter. And what I would like for Alex to address is the potential economic impact for our towns and cities, and the level of investment that we could potentially receive for this particular route from the federal government.
So these are estimates, right? We're basing it on the notion that in order to put a passenger train in this alignment, there's going to need to be significant capital investment done on the existing UP right of way. And so we believe it's about $2.3 billion in economic activity from this capital investment. And that is based on about $1 billion of what we think is necessary. Now that's just a projection. There's still, all of this will be flushed out during the service development plan. But I think the other point here is too, is once cities start to consider sort of stations, locations, there are opportunities for station development areas, there are opportunities for first and last mile, there are federal opportunities to leverage the fact that you have a station. There are various grants that just relate to rail that we work on every year. So, I don't want to sort of speculate on what that will look like, and certainly don't know specifically what cities will have a stop, because again, we need to work through the service development plan, because obviously what we have here is not entirely what ADOT has worked on. So there's going to need to be a discussion about how to come together and figure this out. And to be clear, this is not an Amtrak service or an Amtrak plan. It's a vision that we're hoping to spark a discussion, but it's really your service and it is what you want it to be. And we'll be more than happy to be along the way and support wherever we can. But we want to just start this conversation at this point. Yes.
Alex, do you have plans to visit other planning organizations within the state of Arizona? Because I know that as PAG, there's MAG, Maricopa Association of Governments. I don't know if there's other.
Central Arizona.
Central Arizona. And so it would be wonderful to have all the planning organizations in Arizona be on the same page, as well as, I don't know where the position in terms of the state of Arizona or a coalition of counties. Maybe Rex, you might be able to have more information on the coalition of counties.
There is a county supervisors association that has representation from all 15 of the counties. And certainly this would impact Pima and Maricopa counties, as well as, if I'm remembering my geography correctly, Pinal.
No.
So to answer your question, I often feel like I should just move here because I find myself coming quite often, and it's not a bad thing. I really love it here. And just this week, I drove the Tucson to Phoenix about 4 times, and it's good to do that because you realize that there is a need. But yes, I'm open to meeting with whoever I need to meet with, and I am available. So.
Thank you.
And just to follow up on that point, Mayor Romero, Pima, Maricopa, and Pinal are the 3 counties that are part of the large county caucus within the County Supervisors Association. So I'd be happy to take that up with my colleagues.
Be wonderful. That would be wonderful, Supervisor.
Mayor Murphy.
I remember when SALC did a forum, on this. One of the things that I took away from it, and I don't know if we had any progress, because I think isn't there a state commitment that would have to be shown from an operations standpoint? Because this is the capital. I know it's the beginning of the conversation, but there's the capital needs. But then I think we have to prove out, don't we, that we have the ongoing operational funds? Has there been any discussion for that?
Right. So we're not there yet. We don't need to show that just yet. Okay. But this would be a state supported route. Absolutely. And, because of that, it's really crucial that the state is involved in this process and this discussion. And, from the service development plan, again, that's where we'd have a better idea of what that number may look like. And again, once you start managing the service, there are different things that you can do to navigate, which I'm assuming you're talking about the operating and maintenance.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So that is something that could be worked out through the service development.
Would that be typically through ADOT's arm or through the legislature? Where would that funding source have to come from?
So my personal feeling is that the FRA is going to be really involved in that process. And I think there's going to be an opportunity to leverage funding there as well.
Other questions? General Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, get some clarification, Alex, and for full disclosure, Alex was the one that spoke at our SLC meeting. But obviously, the point we're at right now, and that's what you're talking to us about today, is just building the support and getting statements of interest so that we can show that we're serious about it. So I got a couple questions. One is, there's only going to be a limited number of connections that are going to happen. So folks like yourself within Amtrak, how many different communities are you outside of Arizona are you currently speaking about possible efforts?
So what I will tell you is the $12 billion that you saw there is not earmarked. It's a competitive grant that communities all around the country are going to be putting it for. So yes, there are going to be other states that are going to be really aggressive and are probably in a much better position to be competitive. They might have already their documents lined up, environmentally cleared in tier 1, tier 2 studies. So they might be more competitive on paper. We view this particular corridor as one of our priorities to support. But that doesn't mean that that's how the FRA is going to look at it. So, from my perspective, it's important that the FRA sort of understands the local support. And because there will be other places that already have a structure in place where this conversation is happening, because we don't have that yet either. So conversations like these are really helpful because they're almost in a way helping overcome some of the other issues that we'll probably have to face.
Then a follow-up, it's kind of an add-on to Mayor Murphy's question. This program's foreseen, and you talked about, you think there's gonna be some leveraging for more funding out of FRA, but right now it's foreseen as a 5-year program, roughly 6. So where there's some support for the operations,
Right.
obviously. all the capital's gonna be
7
7
years, correct.
For the support, where there is some support for
Correct.
operation built into it.
Yeah,
So it's really after that 7-year point that the state would have to
Right.
take it up in
Right.
some form.
correct.
The challenge that we've got for a lot of issues we've got there, they are approved regionally. You've got, if you look at the MAG Transportation Authority up there, what they're trying to get through now, a lot of their funding supports some of the rail within the city. But this would have to be because the breadth and broad covering multiple counties, more than likely have to come from the state budget. So it's either gonna have to be a supplemental from the state budget, it's probably not, or it'd have to be carved out by the State Transportation Board as a priority in our 5-year plan from the federal dollars, which, as we've talked about the 5-year plan, that's already stressed, right? So it is something that should we get this opportunity, get this service started, there is a point in time that either it's going to prove that it did have support and ridership or not. So this is really about not just do we think there's ridership available now, but is it something we want in the future, and then have the opportunity to prove. A lot of people have asked the question, I'm surprised nobody's mentioned yours, is this high-speed rail? And it's not. It's proof of concept on effectively pretty close to current lines that can be done within those budgets, because that's, it's a lot of free money, but it's not enough to build something that people say the end game is. But we've got to prove first that there is a desire for rail between the towns. And but there's a lot, you can get into a lot more detail of what that rail would look like, what kind of services they're going to have on it, high-speed internet, all the rest of the stuff that I think might make it more viable. That's not where we are yet.
Yeah.
But there is a point to your question, the state does have to take their operation.
And just to add to that, the thing, we are, realistically speaking, 2 to 3 years of planning probably. That's sort of how these things move. That's assuming everything goes as planned. So there is some time, but it is important to see these issues ahead and sort of understand how they can be addressed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman UPCO, and then Mayor Romero.
Chair, and I just had a comment, we have met with them several times, and I was looking at that, but the Marana and Coolidge and every city, little town, actually, my grandfather's buried in the cemetery outside of Coolidge. And when I start thinking of the connectivity that we could create for underprivileged or people that can't afford a car or a truck from those rural areas, I think this makes a lot of sense for us as a tribe, because we're connected to every single, even Arizona City. I mean, they're always asking. We send shuttles every single day from Guadalupe all the way to Tucson for services, whether it's dental, social services, everything. And sometimes, no matter how great a fleet you have, we fail in a lot of aspects of providing that service to our tribal members. So it wouldn't be bad, just like when they live in the city, we actually buy a city bus pass for them to make sure that they can go around the city of Tucson and adjacent, cities. But this would solve a lot of things for us when it comes to the mobility, especially for us as a tribe, it would help a lot. So the conversations that we're gonna start, I'd rather start now than 2 years from now or 5 years from now. And I remember I was telling him, a friend of mine told me one of the most beautiful train rides you can take is to Durango, Colorado, somewhere in there. Maybe someday, this is not Durango, but it'll be a nice stop and you can have a tea or a coffee somewhere in there and make Coolidge and Marana, this special little place. When I started thinking about all those towns that were killed by Route 66 and on build of the other freeways, it missed a lot. And I think we can start a conversation to put some of that charm back in these little towns. And they would know that they have the support of Phoenix and Tucson and every other city in between. That's how we would think.
Romero?
Sure. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree that the conversation should start and the possible economic impact that it could leave. I just imagine an additional station in Marana and what that could be. When you have passenger rail, and we've seen it, right? We've seen here in the city of Tucson in our downtown, when you invest, when you have public infrastructure investment, it leverages private investment. And so I'm just imagining the economic opportunity that it could create. We should at least start the conversation. That's why I appreciate the motion by Supervisor Scott. And I also understand that planning organization executive directors meet every so often. It would be nice to know what the other planning organization executive directors are thinking, if they have this conversation in mind, and if there's interest in the other planning organizations. If it's possible, it would be great for our executive director to check in and have this conversation with others.
Chair, if I may respond to that, definitely, we do have our monthly meetings, and I believe we had this conversation already last year, and we'd be happy to add it to the agenda and have that conversation again.
Just one quick question, because when I was looking at the numbers of ridership, and I'm thinking about the competition in other states and things like that. I was a little surprised, going from 12,000 to 20, 8,000 a day. I would have expected it, I guess, to have been more. How do we arrive at those numbers? Because I worry on a competitive nature, if you're going between, I don't know, two commuter cities, that number might get overwhelmed.
Are you asking for the ADOT numbers or?
The one that showed 2010 and then 2035, and it was.
That is the ADOT.
ADOT
Yeah.
numbers.
So look, let me just make a general comment about those numbers. The one thing, benefit to my job is I get to meet with cities, and last time I was here, I met with most of the cities along this route, and I was really pleasantly surprised, but not really, to learn how much more development is happening that's not captured in these numbers. And I suspect they're not captured because they're sort of working through pipeline in the city. So when you're thinking about that, I sort of want to caution you a little bit, because we really don't know exactly what that may look like until we really do a more recent study that captures all of the permits that are still pending, like all the commercial permits that are out there, the residential. Like, I am almost certain that that was not taken into account as things were looked at. Like, specifically, what was the criteria that was used? I don't know. I'm happy to get back to you all with some answers about that. But I would suggest that a lot of times the numbers are conservative, and to really understand what the ridership may look like, you need to identify where the train stations will be, and then understand really what the picture is on the ground. And that's really working with all of you as a group and cities, and understanding what your planning process is. Thanks. Yeah, and working with economic development managers, directors.
Alex, you mentioned that this corridor is a priority for Amtrak. Did I understand that correctly?
Yep, you did.
Just briefly elaborate on that.
Sure. There's just a very high interest from Amtrak to support this. And I mean, there's nothing really more I can say about that. And then there's a commitment to, we've hosted media roundtables around this particular service. Our CEO on several occasions said that this is a really good idea and we need to try to do it. And I think, you'll find that Amtrak will be a good partner that will help along the way, understanding that we need sort of all these other pieces to come together. But, I usually would be hesitant to say, yeah, we fully, but we do. I mean, there's no way around that.
Any other questions? There's a motion on the table, so
I'm sorry, were we gonna finish up with the ADOT
what do we
presentation,
need?
or-
I mean, can we take the vote on the motion and then go to that? I don't think it's tied to their presentation, is it, the motion?
Mr. Chair, they're obviously gonna have to coordinate together, but it's your
Sure.
pleasure.
Okay, well,
Chairman Capicio,
okay, Mr. Lopez.
Chairman Capicio.
Oh, yes,
I was just letting you all know that I've been on the airwaves here listening to you all, so just letting you know that. Thank you.
thank you, Chairman Norris. I was looking on the screen and didn't see you, so I'm glad that you spoke up. Mr. Lopez, it looks like we have you back, and Mr. Patain, so please carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. Thank you for your patience. And again, great presentation from Amtrak as well. So just continuing on the Arizona Passenger Rail Corridor Study. So we've highlighted ridership and cost estimates. Another element was public outreach as part of the environmental study. And so as part of the project, over 10,000 surveys were collected on the corridor study for passenger rail. The major themes from the public included travel time, so being competitive with driving between Tucson and Phoenix. Also providing access to airports, universities, a lot of comments about connecting U of A and ASU, and connecting high activity centers such as major downtown areas between not just Tucson and Phoenix, but also in between. And overall, there was a strong preference for the yellow corridor, with almost half of the feedback with a preference on the yellow route. Next slide, please. And so in 2016, the Federal Railroad Administration, in partnership with ADOT, released the final Tier 1 environmental impact statement and a record of decision selecting the yellow route between Tucson and Phoenix. There are also two options that were carried forward for further study into what would be a Tier 2 project. And these two options, one is in Pinal County and the other is in Tempe, and basically looking at options to follow the Union Pacific rail corridor or existing freeways in that area. But overall, the yellow route was identified as the selected route for passenger rail. Next slide. Another deliverable was a service development plan, more or less an implementation strategy for passenger rail for the proposed yellow corridor. And so there was a variety of scenarios that this service development plan identified, such as a potential Amtrak service between Tucson and Phoenix, and also like a sort of independent service development plan where the proposed passenger rail would have its own tracks and its own system following the existing freight corridor. And so this is what this picture highlights, having a full implemented passenger rail service. And what this graphic highlights is, so at the bottom, we have Marana, Tucson, and the Tucson International Airport, TUS. And so what the service development plan documented was a blended service where there would be local service as shown by the purple line connection in Tucson, accessing all of the local stations. And also a proposed intercity rail service that would serve your longer trips to Phoenix. And that one would have limited stops in between Phoenix and Tucson. And so that blue line is the overarching intercity passenger rail service connecting Tucson and Phoenix. And similarly, in the Phoenix metro area, there's a proposed commuter line, or two commuter lines that would be proposed with the Green Line, and in the Northwest Valley near Surprise, and also in the West Valley at Buckeye into downtown Phoenix. And so same concept, having a local commuter rail system, and then an overarching intercity passenger rail system connecting the major hubs in Tucson and Phoenix. Next slide. So again, another slide here on the cost estimates. Again, 2014 estimates, and so what these highlight is they're broken down into segments. And so we have a Phoenix Metro segment or phase with the different connectors. There's a Tucson Metro phase with a connection between Marana and Tucson, and from Tucson down south to the airport, and the overarching intercity for your Tucson and Phoenix trips, connecting, again, skipping some of the stations and providing that intercity service. Next slide. So this Tier 1 environmental impact statement, again approved by the Federal Railroad Administration, was completed in 2016, and so the study also documented additional considerations as we look forward. So obviously funding is a consideration for future implementation, as it was discussed here. There are some funding opportunities based on the recent transportation bills, IIJA that was approved. As far as governance, that's also another major topic as we look at a passenger rail system between Tucson and Phoenix. Who's the authority to manage the system, to operate the system? And so defining that plan for governance was another major consideration as we look ahead for passenger rail between Tucson and Phoenix. And schedule, so tied with the funding, what does the schedule and timeline look like for a future implementation? So again, at this time, the Tier 1 concluded in 2016, and the next step would be a Tier 2, what's referred as a project-specific environmental study, where we would go from a broad corridor in the yellow route to a project-specific, defining the specific right-of-way, the station locations, the proposed service between Tucson and Phoenix, and so that would be detailed out in the next phase of the study. That concludes the project summary on the Arizona Passenger Rail Corridor Study. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I presume you'll take questions, Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Board, yeah. Mayor Murphy?
Well, just a couple of quick questions. Thanks for the letting the presentation conclude, because now that I know there's 2 Marana stops, I'm voting against it. But on the EIS, just like the Sonoran Corridor, is there monies identified for the Tier 2? Or I know a lot of times they don't want to do that until there's money for maybe project completion. What's the funding look like to go to the Tier 2 study?
No money has been identified for this next level, which would be the Tier 2 study. So again, no funding at this time for that.
Other questions? General Maxwell?
So, Mr. Chair, Carlos, thank you for the briefing. This is really probably for both Alex and Carlos. Different routes. This one we know that's got a need for a tier 2. Under the current proposed structure you showed as a possible solution, how much of that is using current rail? It's all current rail. So I guess that makes the question to me is, does that mean any tier 2 is required? Or is it just going to be a rod where we're looking to see if there is any actual impact by potentially the increase of passenger travel and more trains on that route, which is much simpler tier 2 process to get through than the creation of new ones. So I guess the question really comes back to you, Alex, what would be required tier 1, tier 2? Because you mentioned some folks already have their tier 1s and tier 2s done. So what would your proposal require?
I think the most simple way to answer that is continuing the conversation with the FRA and understanding what the next logical step is, and perhaps using some of the available funding to initiate the next phase, whatever it may look like. Because I think this is an opportunity to have that conversation.
I mean, obviously, finding of no significant impact would be the best opportunity and probably the quickest, because if it requires a full-blown tier 2, right, that could put us out of the window. Right.
I mean, there are definitely benefits to using existing right away, and there are benefits to sort of building your own. But you sort of weigh the cost benefit analysis on that one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none, I want to thank Mr.
Capicio?
Yes, Chairman Norris.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess you all can't see. I have my hand raised, but the question I have, Carlos, and it's good to see you and hear from you, but a question I have is whether or not you all have had any conversations with the Gila River, and if so, what is their thoughts about this whole interchange between Tucson and Phoenix?
Chairman Norris, likewise, good to hear from you. During the study, there was coordination with the Gila River Indian community, the 4 southern tribes, and so in selecting the yellow alternative, that it's on the east of the Gila River, to the east of the Gila River Indian community, just outside their community. There was support from the community in connecting to it, in providing that transit connection, and to being able to access the system. And so, yeah, they were part of the process, and engaged in this proposed yellow corridor.
All right, thank you, Carlos. I don't have any other questions.
Hearing no other questions, we have that motion. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so the ayes have it, 9-0. Again, thank you, Mr. Caulfield from Amtrak, Mr. Lopez from ADOT. We appreciate your presentation, time you've spent with us today. Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll go to item 7, FY 2022-2026 Transportation Improvement Program Amendment. And Mr. Brown will be presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council. For this item, the Regional Council will be asked to approve an amendment to the FY 2022 through 2026 Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP. If approved, TIP Amendment 2022.0020 would program in the PAG TIP ADOT funds that are to be spent on ADOT projects in the PAG planning area. These funds are a combination of state and federal funds that are referred to in the TIP as ASTBG or ASTP. ADOT, as the implementing agency, has initiated this TIP amendment request, which is reflected in the tables within the meeting packet. Since the PAG Transportation Planning Committee, or TPC, review and approval of the amendment on March 16th, the federal aid ledger has been rebalanced. As a result, the ADOT South Central District identified additional ASTBG or ASTP funding, and on May 3rd made the request to program those funds on the I-10 Country Club Road Traffic Interchange project. Thus, on May 11th, the PAG Management Committee approved the modified formal tip amendment, and on May 18th, an update was provided to the TPC on the status of this formal amendment, including the May 3rd modification. So thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Regional Council. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to take questions. And again, this is an action.
Any questions for Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chair.
Mayor Romero?
Can you further expand the both projects, I-10, I-2 Ruthroff and I-19 Irvington TI? What are the costs allocated, and where are the pockets of funds coming from?
Sure. And if I may, I don't see Mr. Lane is here. We can also rely on him. He's the ADOT South Central District Engineer. But in terms of what this amendment would do, it's you talked about the I-10 widening between Ina and Ruthroff. There's existing funding that includes that state ASTBG, regional STP, and then HERF 2.6 funding. So it's a combination of state and federal funding that's already approved on this project. And what this amendment would do would shift some of that funding to from FY24 to FY23, so we can do more of the project sooner. And I think that's really the case for those other two projects. It's really a combination of funding sources and being able to advance those projects in the program. Mr. Lane?
I'd like to clarify that not modifying and changing the scope of the original projects involved as they originally intended. The purpose of this is really to advance them quicker, since the funding is now available. That's our intent, but the scope is going to remain the same on both of them.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. I just wanted to make sure that it was part of the record, because it's very, very exciting that we're moving forward with these projects and accelerating the timeline. So I just wanted to make sure that it was clear for all of us and for the public watching that it is moving faster, forward faster. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move the motion.
Second. All right, so we have a motion by Mayor Murphy, seconded by Chairman Capicio. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Nay. Ayes have it, 9-0. Go to item 8. So Amber Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. I'm Amber Wagner, the Transportation Mobility Administrator here at PEG RTA. Each year, the PEG RTA Transit Working Group convenes regional transit providers and stakeholders to allocate our Federal Transit Administration 5307, 5339, as well as the STP Flex funding. The federal funding amounts assumed for the fiscal year 23 distribution are based on higher funding levels in the new Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This process allows the City of Tucson, who is the designated recipient of the FTA formula funds, to program the dollars into their FTA grant management system. The proposed amendment in front of you today reflects this process and was initially reviewed and approved by the Transit Working Group on February 15th. It was then reviewed and approved by the PEG Transportation Planning Committee on March 16th, and was lastly reviewed and approved by the PEG Management Committee on May 11th. The proposed amendment includes each transit project and how it was adjusted from the previous fiscal year 23 funding. The prior fiscal year 23 funding was totaled at approximately 18 million, and the new adjusted fiscal year 23 assumed apportionments, it totals 22 million. This is approximately a 21% increase in apportioned funds and amounts that will be going into our regional transit providers and stakeholders due to the increased funding in the federal infrastructure bill. The adjustments in the proposed amendment in the 5307, 5339, and STP Flex funding reflect the new apportionments as well as the local match needed for the transit funds. Are there any additional questions?
Doesn't appear so, Ms. Wagner. Thank you for that report. This is an action agenda item. Motion from Chairman Capicio, seconded by Mayor Murphy. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Ayes have it, 9-0. We'll go to item 9. Mr. David Senda with the legislative update.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Regional Council. It's a pleasure to be able to provide to you what should be the final update on the second regular session of the 55th Arizona State Legislature. Wow, getting all sorts of attention. We are now about 144 days into the state legislative session, which in theory would have ended in mid-April. As of earlier this week, 1,781 bills have been introduced, one more since last time. 287 have been passed, 267 have been signed, and would you look at that, we have one veto, but not with any of the bills we are watching. Several of our transportation funding bills that I've been updating you on will likely see success or failure as they are included or not included in the budget. So what is going on with the state budget, you may ask? Only three letters come to mind for me, IDK. There really has not been a lot of action currently on the budget. Earlier, I believe in April, a skinny budget was introduced, essentially a continuing resolution that would have maintained this year's spending levels into next fiscal year's spending levels, adjusted a little bit for inflation. However, that bill did fail out of committee. Last year's budget stood around $12 billion, and this year we have about a $5 billion surplus. With an almost evenly split House and Senate, many members have varying opinions as to how that surplus should be used. And that could be whether establishing water authority, education, infrastructure, tax cuts, etc. Additionally, the Arizona Supreme Court recently ruled that budget reconciliation bills unrelated to the budget are unconstitutional. Informally, these bills would help cement support for a passage of a budget. So with that lack of action, likely driven by a lack of consensus on the budget, House and Senate leaders appear to have been slow walking bills each day and just passing one or two. Such a delay in the budget is not unprecedented, however, as we did not have a budget last year, if you recall, till the end of June, immediately preceding the new state fiscal year. With that in mind, here are just a couple of transportation bills we've been following, which once again will likely see success or failure as a part of the budget process. First was House Bill 2396, and this is a series of transportation appropriations. It was influenced by the Rural Transportation Advisory Council and would have provided $50 million to various projects in rural portions of Arizona. Although none of these projects affected the PAG region, if you recall, this was still an important bill to keep an eye on, as some legislative leaders have indicated a desire to only fund state highway projects and not smaller rural jurisdictional ones. This bill did pass out of the House Transportation Committee in February, but hasn't had any action since. Another bill we have been watching with our close neighbors, the Maricopa Association of Governments, is House Bill 2598 and its twin, Senate Bill 1356, which is a transportation tax for Maricopa County. Unlike our version of the RTA, theirs has to be approved by the legislature each time it is up for renewal. House version of the bill was stuck in the House. The Senate version did pass out of the Senate and was heard in the House Transportation Committee, from which it passed on March 24th. A striker replicating these bills has also been introduced into the House, but we really have not had a lot of movement as we await what's going on with the budget, although this one is not related to the budget per se. One that we have been watching very closely is House Bill 2728. We were briefed on it, I believe, in the last regional council meeting. This is appropriations for Tier 2 studies for, among other things, the Sonoran Corridor in Pima County at the tune of $14 million, as well as $25 million for I-11 in Maricopa County and $14 million for the North-South Corridor in Pinal County. This did pass the House overwhelmingly in February and also passed out of the Senate Appropriations Committee, which is likely going to be its last stop before the budget process gets underway, if ever, at this point. Moving on, Senate Bill 1148 relates to vehicle license tax sales price. If you recall, there has been no changes since I last updated you on this one. Essentially, this would peg VLT to the actual sales price of the car and would reduce VLT revenues to the state by about $70 million annually. Although it has passed out of the Senate, no action has been taken in the House. One that you're well aware of, likely already, is Senate Bill 1239. This is an appropriation bill widening I-10 from Chandler to Casa Grande to 3 lanes. This was signed into law by the governor earlier in May. And this funding will allow the state to potentially tap into a federal grant for $300 million for which they have applied. The total anticipated funding needed for this bill will be about $1 billion, and $290 million has already been earmarked for this project from state and federal dollars and the half-cent sales tax in Maricopa County. The project is expected to begin next year in construction and to be completed by 2026. House Bill 2701 relates to transaction privilege tax, in particular prime contracting. If you recall, there was unanimous vote to take action to oppose this bill by the Regional Council. As a reminder, this bill will reduce the tax base for prime contracting classification of transaction privileges to 60% of the gross proceeds derived from business contracts, down from 65% and then 55% the following fiscal year. This could have some effect on RTA revenues, but doesn't sound like a huge one, according to Mr. DeGrood. Since we last talked, there has been no action on this bill. Passed out of the House on late February, never heard in the Senate committees to which it was assigned. My last bill is Senate Bill 1004, also a TPT bill regarding remote sellers. Kind of the relevant part of this bill for us is it's going to apply TPT to taxable sales instead of gross sales, which might have a fiscal impact on the general fund and would likely lower TPT revenue since taxable sales tend to be less than gross sales. Although it was approved in the Senate Committee of the Whole, there has been no further action, kind of the similar story that we've seen with a lot of these bills. With that, that concludes my updates, unless there are any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chin.
we'll move on to action on number 2 on the agenda. Call of the audience. Mr. Nathan. Please put them on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the call to the audience, speakers are limited to a 3-minute oral presentation and may submit written comments of any length for the board's files. Call to the audience is limited to 30 minutes. Individual board members may respond to criticism made by those individuals who have addressed the board. However, the board will not discuss or take action on a matter raised during a call to the audience that is not already on the agenda. At this time, we have 3 callers in the queue. I will proceed with the first. Thank you, caller. You are now live with the RTA board. Please start your comment by stating your name for the record. After that, you will have 3 minutes to address the RTA board. At the 2-minute mark, I will politely cut in and request that you wrap up your comments. You may now proceed with your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Wilson, and I'm a member of the RTA Next Citizens Advisory Committee. Thank you for letting me speak. Transportation is existential to me because, like Mayor Honey, I can't drive. That's why I wanted to be able to contribute to this committee, but I am frustrated and I want to tell you why. Specifically, I'm speaking about agenda item number 7. I brought to the CAC's attention that Tom had not been reappointed chair. I asked to have this lack of appointment put on our committee agenda, but Packy told me that the RTA's lawyer said that only relevant issues can be on the agenda, and since Tom is appointed by the RTA board, it is not a relevant item for discussion by the CAC. Now we see that in the RTA's agenda number 7, that there is to be an affirmation of Tom as chair. I want to make clear that this is not about Tom personally. What I oppose is the arbitrary way that the RTA chooses to follow or not follow its own bylaws, or allow you or members of the CAC to weigh in on changes. The bylaws state that the chair is appointed for 3 years. There's no mention in the bylaws of extending terms for the chair. When I asked about this, I was told the continuation of the chair is assumed. Neither you, the RTA board, nor the CAC ever voted on Tom's continuation as chair. It just happened. So who decided to affirm this? Whoever wrote this agenda made a pre-meeting determination that Tom will continue as chair. For a public body that needs to be transparent and accountable, this is unconscionable. Why does this matter? Because it highlights another issue repeatedly brought up by many different members of the CAC. There has been an arbitrary and unvetted change in how CAC agendas are determined, including what can and can't be discussed. It is my understanding that prior to 2022, the agenda for CAC meetings was set in collaboration with and input from the chair and 2 vice chairs. Now we've been told that it's a violation of open meeting law to have that many people set the agenda, so just the chair has sole control over setting the agenda. Moreover, there is no way for CAC members to see what items have been proposed for the agenda and rejected, or why they were rejected. To an outside observer, this also is very non-transparent. Tom is an effective chair, and he's trying hard to synthesize the work of the previous CAC with the modest and reasonable requests made by members newer to the process. But he is hamstrung by this new rule. Let's return to the old way of doing things where the chair and co-chairs meet to decide the agenda and make it public what the requested agenda items are and which agenda items have been accepted and rejected. The chairs, all 3, should be allowed to chart a course for CAC meetings, not just take them one at a time, waiting to react to whatever might show up on the agenda each time. I'm bringing this matter to you, the board, because I cannot get agenda setting on the CAC agenda. It's Kafkaesque. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll proceed to the next caller. Thank you, caller. You are now live with the RTA board. Please start your comment by stating your name for the record. After that, you will have 3 minutes to address the RTA board. At the 3-minute mark, I will politely cut in and request that you wrap up your comments. You may now proceed with your comment.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Schwartz. I'm a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee. I work in transportation advocacy and have a master's in geography studying equity and urban infrastructures. I'm glad to be able to contribute these experiences and talk with you today. And as a resident, I'm invested in seeing our region flourish. I'm calling out of concern that the parameters up for your approval in item number 8 would prevent the CAC from fulfilling its mission of putting an RTA Next plan on the ballot that voters will approve. I'm among the newer CAC members appointed by the agreement of this board as evidence of your commitment to diversity and inclusion in decision-making for our collective future. The CAC serve as regional representatives, but fundamental aspects of plan development are being glossed over and/or removed entirely from its purview. These roles say a lot about what the CAC cannot do and narrow its task to prioritizing a list of projects designed years ago in a pre-pandemic world. The framework informing project submissions was developed in 2006 and doesn't acknowledge some of the region's most pressing issues. These are issues that the CAC has been barred from discussing through suppression, ignored motions, conflicting memos, and now these parameters. They include climate change, mobility justice, racial and economic inequity, evolving technologies, and planning for long-term maintenance. I don't understand how a next plan that doesn't factor in these topics could be palatable to voters or good for our region. I'm concerned that the roles also prevent the committee and thus the residents we represent from involvement in policy and technical issues and public outreach. One helpful product of board discussion today might be to determine what differentiates a policy issue from any other type of issue relevant to developing this plan. In my work as a transportation advocate and liaison, I speak with all kinds of people about their mobility priorities. My colleagues and I are here to reflect community needs and can tell you that they are not fully captured by the project proposed. Even prioritizing those seems impossible without broaching topics related to policy, mobility justice, climate change, etc. CAC bylaws call for the development of a plan with an extensive public involvement process, but the parameters in this item will render it able to do little more than rubber stamp pre-existing proposals. I don't imagine this was your intention when you voted to fortify the CAC with more representative members and acknowledge its position in the public eye. If representatives of the regional population are denied input into the process for package development, I worry the result will be unrelatable and squander a unique opportunity for much needed funds. A successful RTA Next would incorporate public opinion into collaborative regional planning, but we can't do it without all the necessary pieces. I appreciate your time. I send a copy of these comments via email to you. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I think we have lost the third caller in the queue. So at this time, we have no more callers in the queue.
Thank you. Or none, then. Want to respond or just gonna listen?
I'm not sure. I don't think we can respond.
We can't respond. Okay. So we'll move on to item number 3. Approval of March 24th, 2020.
Mr. Chair.
This
I just wanted to amend, here is it? I wanted to have in consideration for amending the minutes as reflected. My office has sent a timestamp link to Jacqueline Piveros because the minutes do not reflect the motion I made in direction that the RTA board made to the executive director and in turn the TMC. My motion was very specific to have TMC provide direction and recommendation to the RTA board, specifically on downtown links that they review and provide their recommendation. And the minutes do not reflect that. And so I'd like to make sure that that is reflected as part of the record, that the minutes do not reflect the specific direction given. And was it March meeting of this year?
Any other questions or corrections or recommendations on the minutes?
Move to approve with the amendment.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
One for number 4. RTA FY 2023 budget.
Mr. Chair, Jim McGrew is going to give us a brief update on that, and this is an action item for your approval. So Jim is on the Zoom call. Go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board. Let me see if I can get this thing. Yeah, I think I'm going here. I'm bringing before you today the fiscal 2023 budget for the RTA. I will be asking for your approval of resolution 2022-004 in a moment. But let me go through what the budget consists of. First, the budget process. First, as you know, we develop our revenue estimates. We presented those to you at the March meeting, at least in terms of the TPT. We then use our expenditure budget based upon both the 5-year TIP, which was approved, and IGAs that have subsequently been added to it, as well as our best estimates on some of the costs associated with more recent changes, namely either IGAs in process or operational costs that we're observing, mainly related to transit. The budget adoption is required prior to the conclusion of this current fiscal year so that we can move forward into the next fiscal year. And following that, we will do a rollover of unexpended funds after the close of the current fiscal year, and then we'll be reporting back to you how we ended up the year. We have some estimates, but at this point in time, we have not seen all of the expenditures that we expect to see. In terms of our revenue recommendation, as I reported to you in March, we are recommending a $107.026 million TPT estimate. That's for fiscal 23. That's based upon the Eller Economic Business Research Center's 2021 forecast. And we expect to probably exceed that amount before the end of this current fiscal year. Right now, with deposits through May, we have collected thus far a little over $100 million. I think we'll probably end up the year about 110 million, maybe a little stronger than that. And by comparison, our budget for fiscal 22 was $94.4 million, and that was based upon earlier estimate. The other revenues, grants, maintenance of effort that you'll be looking at add up to a little over or almost $9.8 million. So we have a total RTA revenue estimate or budget for fiscal 23 of 116.799,952. Our expenditure budget, as I mentioned, is generally consistent with the adopted PAG 2022 to 2026 TIP. It also reflects the IGAs that you'll be considering today, as well as some IGAs that are currently in the pipeline that will relate to some acceleration of TIP that we would then adopt through a TIP amendment. The roadway element contains $56.3 million of RTA funding, and that includes the supplemental funding requests that were approved at the March meeting, as well as some that are currently being contemplated. I would note that the Sunset Road supplemental funding request actually has already occurred, and we have deposited with Arizona Department of Transportation the $15.163 million that actually we're reimbursing to Pima County for their deposit of that money with the Arizona Department of Transportation. We have environmental economic vitality element that contains just under $2 million, and the transit element contains approximately $30.5 million. That reflects additional operating costs. We think it's probably conservative, but it's all going to be dependent upon how rapidly ridership returns, particularly in the paratransit arena. we do have the ability to fund either of the alternative, or either the preferred or recommended transit provider, or the alternative if that should be your choice. In terms of the debt service, we do have Series 2014 and 2017 bonds that we're continuing to pay on. That amounts to $29.749 million. And we have administrative expenses of just under $1.8 million. That's slightly less than the current year's administrative expenses, which were required to include the cost of the audit that was done by the Auditor General's office. So our total fiscal 23, that's incorrect on the slide there. Fiscal 23 expenditure budget is $120.228,487 million. Our revenues do not reach that amount, so we will be spending more than we will be taking in if all of those expenses are realized. So we are reducing our balance by $3.428 million. This is considered in the light of the supplemental funding balance that we currently have. We had a supplemental funding balance at the end of the rollover last year of $66.1 million for fiscal 22. The RTA board has a policy of retaining 10% of our TPT as a working balance. So the RTA board, at its sole direction, can therefore allocate up to almost $52 million in RTA eligible supplemental funding in fiscal year 2023. That will be adjusted after we complete the rollover, and again, we will report that back to you. And so our next steps would be to begin the rollover following the last check run of fiscal 22. Upon the conclusion of the rollover analysis, we'll finalize our estimate of available supplemental funding. Consistent with the recommendations of the RTA audit, the RTA will reach out to its member agencies to get updated cost and cash flow estimates for the development of estimates for the RTA cost to complete analysis, and updated cash flow information will inform the development of the fiscal 24 to 28 TIP. With that, be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Concerns?
Mr. Chair, just still a relatively new member of this board, I'd just like to ask a clarifying question to Jim. So the 51 million at the end, when it's all said done after the rollover of the supplemental funding, are those funds that we can, as a board, elect to move towards RTA projects?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to ask, what's the process by which projects are selected for RTA eligible supplemental funding requests? Because it sounds like we are going to have up to $51 million of RTA eligible supplemental funding request. What is the defined process?
Sure, be happy to, Mr. Chair. Madam Mayor, it's the same process we followed up last year. We had 3 requests. We went through the review process, and then after a review was completed, we came back to you with recommendations. So we follow the same process again, and this time it would be for projects that need funding in 23 and 24.
Can you further explain the carry forward $66 million of uncommitted funding from fiscal year 2022?
Sure, I'm happy to. So a good chunk of that carry forward is actually funds that are already committed to projects but have not been expended. So typically in June, July timeframe, we go through all the projects, make sure that if there are any funds from 22 that have not been spent yet, we move those to 23. So that's a good chunk of those funds. A portion of that are additional revenue that we did not anticipate. So that additional revenue that we already collected in 22, we're moving that revenue forward to 23 as well.
But that 66 million, what it looks here is uncommitted funding from 2022.
It's not uncommitted.
That's what it
it's-
says in the
I'm
notes.
sorry, so.
It says
I'll ask-
RTA expects to carry forward 66 million of uncommitted funding from fiscal year 2022.
Okay, I'll confirm with Jim as well. That might be the additional revenue we just talked about, that we had supplemental funding that we didn't use all of it. And it's additional revenue we collected in 22. Can you confirm that, Jim? Is that uncommitted funds?
Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, Mr. Modini, yeah, last year we went out with a call for, or a notice of funding availability, supplemental funding availability. We published that we had 30 million available, but at that point in time, we had not seen the rollover. We actually collected revenues well in excess of what we had budgeted for in last fiscal year. We expect that that will happen again this fiscal year. So these are funds that are not currently in the tip for a project that are committed. In fact, where you see this money show up is when you look at our cost to complete project and we talk about additional funds that will be available. This funding is shown as part of that money that's available to meet the needs. So these funds are not pledged to a current TIP project.
Okay. And so just to clarify, the 66 million of uncommitted funding from fiscal year 22 is in addition to the $51 million in RTA eligible supplemental funding requests?
Madam Mayor, no, that's not the same. It starts at $66 million. We have to take 10% out that we hold back for a cash reserve to meet promises that we made to bondholders. So, and we take out from that the overspending that we are showing in this fiscal year, because we part of the funds that were available in the $66 million last year included that call for that notice of supplemental funding availability. We've committed a portion of that to, and already spent down a portion of that for sunset. We have $11,245,000 that is $11,245,000 that's in for Tangerine that we approved at the last meeting. And you have a recommendation later in this meeting for $7 million that's also reflected in the budget. So those come out, and what we're left with is $52 million that's available for the program.
Thank you for the clarification, Jim.
Further questions?
I'll move a motion approving resolution 2022-004 and a budget FY 2022-2023.
Second.
And second, favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Aye.
Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Move on to item number 5.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and summarize those for you quickly. So there are 3 IGAs, one with Paspeaki Tribe for a bus pullout. There's a agreement with Town of Oro Valley for wildlife corridor fencing. And then there's our annual update with Pima County for transit services. Those are all for your approval, and that is an action item.
Thank you. Any questions? There are none. Is there a motion? No. Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? Ayes have it. Move on to the next item, item number 6.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, if you recall at the last meeting in March, we gave you an update on the procurement process for our transit services, RTA contracts, transit services for Sun Shuttle, as well as Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride. At the last meeting, we requested for your approval to extend the current contract through September so we can complete the procurement process. As a result, with your approval, we went ahead and extended the contract. But at the same time, we're continuing with the procurement process. We obtained additional information from 4 vendors. All 4 vendors were able to provide their final and best offer. And we have a competitive bid selection committee that met several times, and the recommendation at this time is to award the contract to National Express, that is the current vendor, with the caveat to authorize staff to negotiate terms of the contract to provide additional performance improvement measures. And if for any reason that we're not able to reach an agreement with them by the end of June of 2022, that we would be authorized to move to the second ranked vendor, that is RATP Dev, and both ranked number 1 and number 2 overall. And the cost difference between the two are somewhat significant, but if we're not able to achieve a mutual agreement with the current vendor by end of June, we would like your permission to start negotiations with the second vendor. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Chair, yeah, and I know we've had these discussions. I'm sorry.
No, you
first.
You know, in the rural communities such as ours, there's been kind of a constant frustration on the paratransit side, not obviously the fixed route. I know years ago they were divided, and then the last time they were brought back together. So just putting that on the table, I don't know what representation the paratransit community had on the transportation, you know, committee, but there's we have a pretty active adult community that is trying to get to work up in Tucson and or shopping or whatever it might be. It's probably more accessible within the city to get there, but I know I've heard that there a lot. The current one I think uses a lot of quote Uber drivers as opposed to full-time staff. So I'm glad at least we're monitoring that on there, because it seems to be an ongoing issue that myself and the manager, you know, hears on a pretty regular basis for the outlying areas. I don't know how is everybody else, but I mean, it'd been nice if we could have divided it, and we might be too far down the road to do that, but it would be something I'd want to be concerned to, you know, if there's an opportunity to look at those separately.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, if I may, so your comments are well positioned. We do have some concerns, and that's one of the reasons we want to spend the next 30 days to include some of those performance measures in there. One of the concerns we had, especially with the pandemic, they lost a lot of ridership and lost a lot of riders and drivers at the same time. And since October of last year, the demand is picking up again, and they're trying to recruit drivers. One of the conditions we're going to put on them is to actually hire drivers instead of having contractors. Right? So we hope that would be a condition that would improve that situation.
Right. If they can add, it's, I don't know if it's a communication or an outreach effort. At least in the rural areas, I don't think it's fully understood how to use the dial-a-ride, or they use it and then they get cancellations or they don't show up, you know, which is a struggle for a lot of that community. So if that can be part of that discussion as well on how they communicate, because if you're relying on it in Arivaca or Amato or Salarita, it makes it really, really hard when they plan for it. And in a lot of cases, I think the requirement is at least 24-hour notice, but that doesn't always align with what their needs are. And then what happens with that when they can't get somewhere, especially from our outlying areas. So I'm just worried, you know, in general. I want to put that with you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Mayor Murphy, definitely that education and making sure everybody has understanding of how to schedule appointments. And as you mentioned, it is a dial-a-ride service. They have to call and make an appointment in advance. So that'll be another provision to make sure that they improve that outreach as well.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate, Mayor Murphy, very much your comments, because we've gotten a significant number of complaints about the current provider in the District 1 office. And when you're talking about one of our most vulnerable and also one of our most deserving communities, we cannot do anything but provide consistently exceptional service. And so I've got 5 questions for the executive director, if I could ask those. And to preface the first one, I wanted to ask, was the selection criteria that was used by the evaluation committee determined by the RTA, specifically the 75%, 25% breakdown with 25% being price? Was that determined by the RTA, or did other regulations, for example, from the federal government, determine those criteria?
I'll begin to answer that, and then I'm going to ask Amber or Rob to assist in that. Our team was able to put together the criteria and advertise the criteria ahead of time, so all the vendors were informed of what criteria is going to be used for scoring. And the scoring was 25% for price, 25% for their qualification, their team, and then 40% for their operations, 5% for safety, and 5% for being able to have a good accounting system. But with that, either Rob or Amber, if you want to add that criteria is consistent with federal requirements.
Yes, it is. And we were able, as the RTA, we've done in the past, select the criteria at the established criteria.
And just to further clarify, the number one was the number one because they won out on that 25% for price. They were not the number one based on the other criteria. The number two actually was.
I need to clarify that, but yes, I'm getting nods. So yes, pricing with a 25% obviously is a factor, and because it's a federal requirement for a low bid, the lower bidder typically gets better points for pricing.
So let me preface my next question by quoting from the next to last paragraph in the summary section. It says, with increasing demand and a lack of human resources, the incumbent contractor has had an increasing number of complaints regarding poor service and late trips compared to other service providers in our region, and is using independent contractors and other third-party service providers to cover service demands. The RTA disincentivizes poor performance through the assessment of liquidated damages and has assessed liquidated damages against the incumbent contractor for inadequate performance every month since October 2021. So if the board approves this item, will the prior service record of the most highly ranked bidder be taken into account during contract negotiations? What will be some of the matters addressed in any contract?
Definitely. So some of the provisions we just talked about, the requirement to have staff, that's one of them. And then obviously we'll go back through their record and make sure that if there are any performance issues that they have not corrected so far, those would be included as well, to make sure that they bring those back to our standards. With that, Amber, anything else you want to add? I know Amber's been working extensively on making sure that we have the provisions in mind as we negotiate.
Some of the current KPIs include the trip complaints, the dial-a-ride on-time performance, which they have had disincentives charged since October, totaling about 190,000. It's our fixed route on-time performance as well, the accidents per 100,000 miles, complaints per 1,000 miles, missing PMs, which are preventative maintenance on the vehicles that the RTA owns. These include some additional performance metrics that we will be including in the KPIs. The key performance indicators will also include making sure that there are staff levels in all key positions, as well as making sure there's timely reporting, timely NTD reporting, and compliance to drug and alcohol testing, as well as insurance requirements.
Those are all those key performance indicators will be part of the contract.
And on-time performance for pickup and drop-off.
And thank you very much for that, because that sets the stage nicely for my next question. If you look at the second bullet under technical policy, legal, or other considerations, and Mr. Mogimi, you mentioned this to me in a conversation we had prior to the meeting, but I just want it stated in public for the record. The second bullet says the new contract, if awarded to the incumbent, should include provisions for termination if the contractor cannot meet agreed upon performance standards within 6 months. That means, as I understand it from our conversation, that they need to meet their performance standards, meet all those key performance indicators each and every month of those 6 months.
Correct.
That is correct.
Okay. I just wanted that out there for the record. Next question is, what would be the likely outcome? And again, we talked about this, but I wanted it out in public. What would be the likely outcome if the board today directed you to immediately begin negotiations with the number 2 bidder instead of taking the 28 days if this item is approved to begin negotiations with the number 1?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, I don't want to predict what others would say or do, but from our perspective, obviously, we would have to be able to justify the reason for not selecting the number 1 ranked firm and be able to justify that to anyone that would ask that question. I think we can definitely assume that with the conditions that we're going to put in the contract within the next 30 days, that would be our justification. But at the same time, again, you have the full authority to direct us to move to number 2, but our recommendation is to allow us to negotiate with number 1 initially and then discontinue and move to number 2.
And again, that's only until the end of this month.
Yes, sir.
And then the last question is, would you, assuming approval of this item and assuming that a contract is successfully negotiated before June 30th, will you formally notify the board if a contract is successfully negotiated and inform us as to its stipulations?
Yes, sir. With your authorization, we would start negotiations immediately. And if we don't have a contract by end of June, we'll start negotiations with the second firm and we'll inform you of the final conclusion of that negotiation.
Okay, those were my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell.
Mr. Chair, Executive Director, I got a couple of follow-up questions as well, because that's just, there's some things that to me are troublesome. First off, what's the total cost for the combined? Because I know the difference between the 2 bids, the first 2 was 9.5 million. But what's the total cost?
Amber, do you have that handy by any chance? So yes, between number 1 and number 2, the difference was 9.5.
I'm just wondering what the winning bid, and it relates to the scoring system.
Yeah, she has that handy.
I have that, I'm sorry.
Can't hear.
Can you come up to the,
Yeah, sure.
can you come up to the mic, please? No.
They'll come up when they have.
Yeah. Amber, could you come up to the mic, please?
The difference in the 3-year contracts, next is 23,000 and the RATV dev is 23 million and 32 million difference. So it's a difference of
And what was
9
the
million.
total? I'm trying to get at the point, if you, when you read the scoring for the pricing, it's very, depending how big the total contract is.
Yes.
It's very easy to potentially get 0 points on pricing completely,
Yes.
which really skews the final outcome. And so I guess so if I rephrase my question, and appreciate the patience, did any of the other 3 contracts, I'm assuming the second runner-up got some pricing points, did either project 3 or bid 3 or 4 for the pricing get any points?
Let's see, if you were to look at the combined with the price points in terms of fixed route, the preferred received all price points. The second was received no price points. The third received about probably 2/3 of the price points. In terms of dial-a-ride, the preferred received all the price points. The second received about 10% of the price points. And the third and the fourth received, one received 0, one received less than like 2%.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Another follow-up question is, facing these as a single. I see it. There's a single contract, proving them as a lump sum. We break them out there authority for us to approve the fix, but not the dial-a-ride or vice versa?
Mr. Chair, Jarl Maxwell, yes. So the RFP was developed in a fashion that they can either submit a proposal for both services or only one of the services. 3 of the vendors applied for both services, and only 1 vendor applied for the dial-a-ride service.
Okay, and then, Mr. Chair, Executive Director, the complaints that the current vendor who's actually voting on today, whether they get these contracts as the primary, were the complaints with both fixed and dial-a-ride equally, or was one worse than the other?
I would have Amber answer that question, but in general, based on my understanding, it's typically the dial-a-ride service that we have some concerns with. And part of that was because of the contract employees. And I think we can address that with staffing. Amber?
A large proportion of the complaints are based on the dial-a-ride, but also there are issues with on-time performance as well as on the fixed route side as well. But primarily it is the dial-a-ride.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I am troubled by the paragraph that Supervisor Scott cited, the number of complaints you've got. I mean, I don't hear from, as the electeds will, on a routine basis with complaints, but when things come up, the items, I just give a start reaching out and getting calls, and I have heard a lot of concern about the dial-a-ride contract specifically, more than the other. Some communities and some MPOs have gone to and it's kind of ironic because we're talking about contract, but more of an Uber type structure, but using professionals that do it. I know that wasn't part of this consideration. I'm not trying to change the structure for it now. I'd be interested in a conversation if we wanted to break these up, because I think the fixed, I don't think we've got as much concern as, but the dial-a-ride is such a unique thing. Just the fact that you're expecting those with special needs to have a 24-hour notice to be able to schedule it, then the performance, the pricing model personally bothers me because I think it's excessive on how the points are break down, but it's probably industry standard. So I want to try to change that. But the reason I ask the specifics is if the biggest concern we've got with them is their lack of employees, that's going to skew their price a bit.
Yeah.
Because they do not have the cost. And right now, the cost of employees versus what they have been pre-pandemic is significantly higher. So it just makes me question if their ability to do it under that big of a difference when we've already got concerns with them. So, but my personal preference, and actually I'll make a motion, then I'd like us as a board to consider them separately. I'll second that. I'd like to break out the two. Mr. Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion. Should we vote on that then?
Yes, sir.
Split. All in favor?
Can we have some further discussion?
Conversation? Okay, go ahead.
And again, just as General Maxwell said and Mayor Murphy said earlier, we've been getting a lot of complaints about the dial-a-ride service. And so in a perfect world, I'd certainly be willing to consider splitting them. But my understanding from my conversations with the executive director prior to this meeting is that the current incumbent was the #1 bidder for both services. So if we split them and then go with somebody other than the #1, the #1 could appeal, which, and that appeal could last for several months. And during that appeal period, they're still going to be the contractor and may still have some of the performance issues that we're hearing about. The way the way the agenda item is structured, the executive director has 28 days to negotiate a very strongly worded contract, as we heard from Amber, with the key performance indicators. If the incumbent cannot meet that contract or chooses not to agree to the terms of that contract, then we can automatically go to the #2. But if we split them and say, hey, we're going to go with somebody other than the #1, because they're the #1 for both, we run the risk of them appealing and then potentially prolonging this situation. That's my sole concern.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that.
Before, I think he had a hand. before everybody else. Mayor Holmes?
Am I up? You know, it seems like we're putting price before quality of service. And I really think if you look at $23 million bids and everybody else is 32 or more, that tells me that 2, 3, and 4 are going to provide more service than 1. And the reason we're having this discussion is because the current contract holder is not providing the service to the quality that we expect. And we're serving people that are elderly or physically disabled. And if you don't pick them up for a doctor appointment or something like that, that's really important. It's not just somebody missing a ride to go to the grocery store. And I think I agree with General Maxwell that maybe we could split these things up. But, you know, I'm worried about quality of service more than anything else. Why do we even have the service if it's not being done correctly? And I think maybe we have an issue with actually the way it was.
Next, and then we'll move.
If you don't mind, I'll go last. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to ask for a legal opinion based on Supervisor Scott's, because I know sometimes when, you know, you have bids out there and it was advertised and they fulfilled the bid, do we run the risk of, okay, changing sort of the rules at the end of the game from that? So I guess I would ask for that.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Murphy, members of the board, there's that risk. I mean, there's a risk, you know, that you're going to have to go through a process because we already established the rules of the game. And if we deviate from that, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying that you run the risk that, you know, of having an appeal process and even potentially a litigation process. So, you know, deviating from the rules that you established, there's just risk to it. It doesn't necessarily, I'm not telling you not to do it. I'm just saying that there's risk and I can't guarantee you that it wouldn't create a mistake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gravely concerned about this because most of the service is provided outside of the city of Tucson, but yet my office receives a lot of complaints about dial-a-ride. And, you know, what our staff says is like what the mayor, you know, has some say at the RTA level. And so it's very, very concerning because these are our most vulnerable residents. And whether they're residents inside the city of Tucson or outside in unincorporated or any other partner jurisdictions, these are our most vulnerable residents in the city. So I guess I have a little bit more questions about what path to take as a board. Can you, I know that you talked about liquidated damages, but can you tell us what's the monetary impact in terms of liquidated damages and the service improvement suggestions again?
If I look at our current, what we have in the current existing contract with our disincentives, liquidated damages, we're since October, we have about $189,000 in liquidated damages. And that includes that if the parameter is if they do not meet a 90% on-time performance in dial-a-ride, then they have a $25,000 a month penalty. And then the same with fixed route. If they go below 60% or 90% on fixed route, it's a $10,000 penalty. If they have so many accidents per 1,000 miles, it's another penalty. We've had issues with missed PMs, like missed maintenance, preventative maintenance, and that's like $1,000 for each missed one. So those are some of our key performance indicators. So primarily it's been 25,000 a month. 25,000 to 35,000.
So for 8 months, we have been charging $25,000 to the preferred vendor.
Yeah, we just do not, we take it off there. It's not invoiced.
Okay. One of the complaints that we received was an individual that waited 3 hours for the dial-a-ride to arrive. it was a doctor's appointment, they missed their doctor's appointment, and that shouldn't be happening, 8 months. So for me, I guess the question is, what exactly is the executive director going to negotiate in the next 28 days that will give us a different answer as to what we're doing? Because it seems as though it's not an easily fixable situation that we're in. So what would be, after 28 days, what is it that you could bring back to this board that will change our minds and the facts that we've been seeing happen?
So from a negotiation perspective, obviously, we'll have the provisions for all those targets, so we can assess additional damages, and we can ensure that there is some guarantee upfront that they will meet those measures. And if they don't meet those measures, we have 6 months as a provision to make sure that they actually get the opportunity to demonstrate that they can do it. If they don't, that provision would automatically terminate their contract, and we move on to the second ranked team.
Cool. Just one more question. Can you share with us the bid amounts for each proposal? Because there is a huge discrepancy from the incumbent bidder to the secondary and the third. So can you share those so that we could at least look at the numbers and see, because I'm concerned about the discrepancy in the bid amount.
35% more.
Yeah. So it would be nice to know what the third
5%
bid.
more, it's 35%.
Want me to give them combined or separate? Separate?
Separately,
Okay.
the first, the second, and the third.
Okay. The combined amount for the first on fixed route, 3-year for next was 7.5 million. Fixed route second, RATP Dev, 3 years, 13.1 million. RTW fixed route, third, 7.7 million on fixed route.
We only have 3 on the fixed route, and then we have 4 on
And
the
there's-
dial-a-ride.
I'll give the dial-a-ride. National Express, 15.4 million. RATP Dev, 19.3 million. IndyCar, 3 years, 32.3 million. RTW, 3-year, 19.3 million.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chairman, you said under 90% on-time pickups or whatever for dial-a-ride. Do you keep records under 90, or if it's just under 90, you have a fine?
No,
Is it-
we
is
get
it
the
80 or
percentage.
70 or?
We get the percentage, and just in February, let's see. For dial-a-ride on-time performance, let me find this. It started in, it's 83%, 85% in March of 21. It was in the 80s in 21, and then September of 21, it was 74%. It dropped down to 65% on-time performance in February of 2022. And on-time performance is based on a window for ADA transportation, and it's 15 minutes before your scheduled pickup and 15 minutes after your scheduled pickup. That's your 30-minute window.
As far as I'm concerned, 60, 70, and 80 for elderly and disabled individuals is absolutely unacceptable, period. No question about it, no matter how much cheaper it is. Like I said, I know a lot of older people and people that have medical problems and stuff. And if 30% of them on average for the last 4 months are not being picked up in time to get to a medical appointment or for services they need, we're really not doing a very good job ourselves in monitoring what's going on. And I think it's a crisis when you get to that point. I don't know if we can legally do what General Maxwell said and split them because the bid's already been put out. So they've already issued a bid. And if we try to split it or go to something else, but this thing is a mess and it's 64% 1 month.
That was in February. It was 65%.
1 out of 3 of these older people or disabled people were not able to make their medical appointment or their need. Unacceptable, people. In fact, I'm surprised we didn't have a red flag before this.
Mr. Chair, and well, one of my concerns on that is because if you're 5 minutes late, you know, being married to a primary care provider, not that it's her policy, but you miss it. You know, you can't be 5 minutes late because they're already backing up. So to that point, I guess I wonder from the monetary penalties, if you're 9 million away, obviously you're probably okay absorbing 25,000 a month.
Penalties insignificant.
Right.
Out of the
To have made,
out
you
of
know,
that much money.
when you're making that much of a differential, you know, I could live with that kind of penalty of a $9 million difference. So I worry that some of that, you know, is being pulled out. Do we monitor, like, if we're getting money, so to speak, from Dial a Ride, can they use it to offset the cost of fixed or vice versa, or?
No, we're invoiced separate.
Okay.
The services.
So I'm wondering if
going
there's
back to what Amber was saying earlier, so we've been working on trying to make sure that they improve their services, and that's why we have assessed those damages. And again, our recommendation is give them the 30 days, and if that doesn't happen, we're moving on to the next bidder.
I guess listening to our legal advisor, sorry, I'll withdraw my second.
And then we'll go to Mayor.
On there.
And Mr. Chair, thank you. Executive, I just want to clarify because Mayor Honey, you brought up a good point. These are 2 separate contracts. Or is it a single contract for both services?
Currently, it's 1 contract for both services.
So I'd ask the attorney at that point, can we split them? Because it's troubling to me that the number 2 selection even has a fixed price cost that's double what the other 2 bidders are. And if we're, you know, if they're moving numbers around, offsetting different costs and fixed, that, you know, because for them, we're issuing it as 1 contract, it's 1 contract. But so that's my question. Since we proposed it as a single contract, can we even split them, to Mayor Honey's question? And I guess that matters because that influenced my vote.
Mr. Chairman, General Maxwell, members of the board, my understanding is we bid them separately,
Yeah.
so you could, in theory.
I'm sorry,
So
let
there's
me
2.
clarify. It is 1 RFP, but within the RFP, we reserve the right to be able to have 2 separate contracts
So you could
and
get,
select 2 different vendors.
yeah,
But the way they're ranked, the current vendor is ranked number 1 for both services. Number 2 is ranked for both services as number 2 as well.
But there are 2 RFPs.
One
One RFP.
RFP with the
2
option,
services,
with
2.
the option to provide 2 vendors for separate services. But again, it goes back to the ranking. The ranking is both services, they rank number 1, number 2 rank number 2 for both services.
If we went to number 2, we're doubling the cost
But it's only $9.5 million difference.
on
Or fixed rapid.
for fixed Dial Ride.
Number.
One was
Yep,
19, one was
Rob, do you
32.
want, Rob communicated with the vendors in terms of when they had questions regarding the price costs in terms of the cost sheets.
Yeah, a couple, kind of a clarification. We're giving you a 3-year price. It's a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewals. The evaluation is based on a 5-year price. The 5-year price is $14 million difference between the number 1 and the number 2. Now, 5 years takes us beyond 2026, beyond the RTA for that last year. So that's another factor to consider. I've talked with all the vendors multiple times, even today. The current vendor has their senior executives in town, meeting with staff. They're well aware I had a very frank discussion with them saying this is unacceptable performance, and we're gonna have a really tough negotiation to make sure that we can improve that performance dramatically. And they're well aware that they're on a 30-day, well, 27 days now, timeframe to be able to finish that contract.
Right, sir.
Just to restate, they are the number one bidder for both sides, for both services. They are going to be involved in some, as we can tell, very strenuous negotiations with the executive director or his designee that have to conclude by the end of this month with a contract that meets all of our stipulations. If that doesn't happen, we move on to the number two. Even if a contract is successfully negotiated, they have to meet the key performance indicators each of the 6 months, not overall during the 6 months, but each of the 6 months during that trial period.
That is correct.
Further questions, because we have a motion on the floor. That was to split.
Yeah, but I withdrew my second.
Withdrew second, so I guess, all right. Okay.
I would say, I would just ask General Maxwell if he wanted to keep his motion, to continue with your motion moving forward.
I would like to keep my motion on the floor, but I can get another second for splitting the contract, because I think one RFP, 2 contracts. I think we should consider each contract individually.
I'll second your motion.
Any questions?
Are we required to take the low bidder?
So federal guidelines for procurement, again, in this case, 25% was set aside for the low bid, additional 75% for qualification. So overall ranking, again, they ranked number 1 by this competitive selection committee. So price is not the only factor, it's only 25% of that ranking. So again, answering to your question, ultimately, even if you break up the contract, they're still number 1 on both contracts. So you still have to make that decision that, do you want to go to a number 2 vendor and obviously have higher priority for a better service.
Mr. Chairman, I believe we'd have to put it back out to bid because there's fixed costs with this. So if you're doing 2 services, you're going to have 2 sets of fixed costs instead of 1 set of fixed costs.
That's a good point as well. So because it was imagined as one contract, if it's separated, then that cost needs to be added on.
Yeah, the proposers that did both of the services, the 3 proposers did put those fixed costs between the two services. Whereas you could potentially have 2 facilities, 2 general managers,
2 maintenance
barns,
Yeah.
2 maintenance managers. I mean, it would increase the cost of overhead and facilities.
That's the end date of the current contract.
Based on the last direction from the board, it was extended through September of 2020.
Because even if we do change vendors on part of this, people are gonna have enough time to either hire people or get vehicles or set up.
Yeah, we would allow a 60-day transition period in our contract. That's why we want by end of June, to make sure that we have a contractor hopefully selected.
Just to clear, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, I understand that you're right. They could have 2 sets of costs, but they also, I mean, now I can fully understand why the 4th bidder, who was only in transit, was so far out. All of their fixed costs had to go in. The other ones were able to spread it over 2 different contracts. You know, so I appreciate that side, that yes, we might have to go back out. For the record, I'll still like to get a vote on the motion, so I'll call the question and ask you to call the question, Mr. Chair. But in the future, I think the idea of lumping it all into one RFP was not a good decision.
Yeah.
It's 2 contracts. I would rather, unless there's some acknowledgement that we're having huge cost savings, but right now I think we're gonna have huge cost savings with the system that is already broken.
Any further? There are none.
Mr. Chair, I just would say, I'll be voting against it, but I want, you've heard, all of us. So when you go in for those negotiations, it has to improve, want the feet to the fire, but I worry about the legalities. I worry about the dual cost, but that's the only reason I do that.
Any further?
If I may add, obviously, if we choose to do that, as Rob and Amber mentioned, that would most likely be a reason to come back and extend the current contract to allow for that transition if you choose to do that.
Further questions? Or now we have the motion second already. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
Nays. Count. Second. I wasn't a nay.
You have,
I did get a lot of complaints on the second.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the tally. So we have 3 no's and how many yeses?
All the yeses, put your hand up.
5 yes. Thank you.
Did we get Chairman Norris?
Mr. Chairman, for mine, I vote no.
Okay, so it's 5-4. So if I may, so that would be the direction we need at this point, that now if you are choosing to split the contracts, as staff mentioned, we would most likely need your authorization to continue the existing contract with the existing vendor until such time we can come back to you with a split proposal.
Make that motion.
Motion. Second.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Abstentions? It's happened.
Thank you.
On to number 7.
Yes, sir. Number 7 is appointment of a card committee member that is nominated by Pima County. I'm sorry, I'm misreading it out here. Hockey, thank you. You should have stopped me.
I was trying.
Should have stopped me. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This item is just to reaffirm the extension of the term of the Citizens Advisory Committee officers to sunset on June 30th of 2024. The 3 officers, as you know, are Tom McGovern, Chair, Carolyn Campbell, and Mary Barris, Vice Chairs. And just as a brief recap, on May 27th of last year in 2021, the RTA board reappointed all CAC members interested in continuing to a new term that was going to expire on June 30th of 2024. As you already know, the CAC officers are appointed by the RTA board and serve at your pleasure. The term of membership was extended for all committee members, including the CAC officers by default. So the RTA board is being asked to reaffirm the term of the CAC officers to match the sunset of the current CAC members that has been extended to June 30th of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, sir.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. May I just ask for, so there, and during call to the audience, there was a caller who spoke to this particular item. I don't believe that they had an issue with the reaffirming the appointments, but they had a question about the agenda, the process for how agendas were developed and approved, and then also how it was publicized. And I don't believe that we can have that discussion, but I'd like to give direction that maybe in a future agenda for us, I'd like to have a better understanding about just that process of how the agenda is developed.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield, under the next item, we'll be more than happy to answer those questions.
Okay, fine.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, I just also want to clarify, there was some during the call to the audience, Ms. Wilson mentioned that it appeared that it had been put on by the staff to have this happen, but I wanted for the record that it was board members that requested that this reaffirmation. Obviously, the attorney had ruled earlier that by reappointing them to the board for another 3-year term, that meant an automatic extension of their chairman, the 3 chairs in their roles. I asked this to be added through the chair to the agenda, because I think it's important that the CAC understands that we have full confidence in those three chairs and their ability to continue to move that forward. They were selected because they all have different backgrounds, organizations they work with, and they all really do interact with all the different various members on the CAC. But I think it's important that the CAC is aware that this board supports the three chairs, and thus I appreciate Chairman PCO making sure that this item was on the agenda, because it is, I think, important for them to realize we as an organization support those chairs.
Any other
Yeah.
comments or questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add and reiterate what General Maxwell was saying, that Mr. McGovern, Ms. Vettis, and Ms. Campbell have experience, come from different backgrounds in the community, and that I believe firmly that this board will approve their confirmation as chairs, and that we thank them for their service. Some of them have been there for years helping lead the community conversation, and that the importance of this committee, the Citizens Advisory Committee, is absolutely important for all of us, because this is where we hear the voices of our community members. The 32, I think it's 32 members in this committee, and their experiences that are put at the table. And that I believe that Chair McGovern and Vice Chairs Vettis and Campbell will listen to each and every individual that has been appointed by this board, make sure that their concerns and their questions are answered, that they're fully aware of previous decision mades, and that their voice will be included in the decision-making as this committee moves forward. That is very, very important. I heard during call to the audience that some of the members, especially the new members of the CAC, are feeling disenfranchised and not heard. I know that there's been only 2 meetings, but I want to make sure that each and every member of this committee feels empowered, and that their opinion and their experience and their voice is heard as we move forward.
Any other comments?
We can talk about this for an hour.
Let's do it.
Rena and I are getting along so well. They have to work within the parameters that are set by this board for that board. They don't make their own parameters. We do. And I think everybody needs to be heard, but you have to work within the parameters and guidelines of the RTA board, whether you're on the CAC or not. You can't change those parameters. And I'm a little concerned that some of that would be, and I think if we put it on for the next meeting.
I think that item 8 will deal a lot with those issues.
Any other comments? And, you know, I just wanted to say on my part of being chair at this point, throughout the years that we've been here, there has always been a little bit of, you know, you gotta adjust things and adjust yourself and give a little and take a little. And I think that's what the CAC is experiencing right now with some of the veterans versus some of the rookies and some of the things, just like when, you know, I used to play basketball and some of the young guys come over and they want, you know, certain things certain way, but there are rules and there are things that are set. In no means, you know, as chair here or any of us here on this board, try to tell them what to do. It's just, you have to have guidelines no matter where you're at. And even for our board, we have guidelines too, that we can't cross over certain things, and we ask for legal opinions and everything else. But for us, I hope they work well, and we hope that they find their niche and they contribute, you know, because like everybody here, Mayor is saying, we need you and we need them to make good decisions and good recommendations. And that's the point of being in one of those committees like that, whether it's a CAC or any other committee. But thank you. And, you know, we do hear your voices. I got pretty much probably all the emails that everybody else got. And, and I am concerned, but I think if you just find it in your space, in your heart, to give it a little time to see, how it settles down. So that was my comment, like, Mayor Honey and Mayor, everybody else, and Murphy, all of us, every single 4 years or 2 years, we have to readjust here. And we do that very well. And I thank you all, board members of the RTA and the PAG. But sometimes it takes that just in yourself to look inside, what is my purpose? How can I help? And hopefully that with that kind of attitude and perseverance, and you'll be a member of the CAC. Some of them been for a long time, like you said, and we've come to trust. That's one of the main things, trust some of their recommendations and decisions. So thank you. So we passed that one already.
Well, we didn't vote on it yet.
I thought we did.
Did we do it?
I did, and it came in afterwards.
We did.
Everybody said aye.
Oh.
So
Was it unanimous? I think it was
Comments
unanimous.
after, yeah. So other than that one passed, and then we'll move on to item number 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board again. At the request of the CAC Chair, before I start the presentation, this item is to obtain support and direction regarding the roles and the responsibilities of the Citizens Advisory Committee and their responsibilities. This is to ensure that they stay focused on the draft plan, of development. A lot of questions have been raised and answered by the RTA Board Chair, the RTA Board Vice Chair, and the CAC Chair. It appears that some members are still not clear on their role as an advisory committee member. And they do continue to ask many questions and show interest in technical and policy issues rather than the plan development process. So my presentation today will highlight the roles of the RTA board, the RTA staff, and the CAC.
If I may add, Mr. Chair, Mr. McGovern is also on the Zoom call. If you don't mind, just keep that in mind that after Pocky, we would like Mr. McGovern to also make a few comments.
So right now in the RTA Next plan development process, we're in what's called phase 3. This is the reviewing with the narrow submitted projects, working with the working with the technical management committee and aligning the projects to meet the goals. It's also the responsibility to balance funding needs per elements, and this is based on the board's established budget. The purpose, as you know, of the Regional Transportation Authority Citizen Advisory Committee is to draft a new regional transportation plan for the RTA board for all of you to consider, and then an eventual election. The draft plan must align with RTA statutes and the board policies, and then an approved budget will be developed by all of you. Just to highlight some of the responsibilities, the RTA board will be adding or eliminating elements, and these recommendations by the CAC may be considered for this. You will be providing a budget for RTA Next, direct funding set-aside amounts for current plan overlap needs, and then provide additional direction. RTA staff responsibilities include conducting the public outreach and to seek regional feedback on the draft plan that will be prepared by the CAC. This outreach activity is not assigned to the CAC because it is an administrative function. So the CAC responsibility is to act in an advisory capacity by providing firsthand perspectives of what the public sentiment is of the region's transportation needs, and also to determine which RTA investments will most likely be supported by the voters. The CAC serves as a small representative group to offer this type of perspective. During this process, the CAC is being asked to review projects and then assess the regional transportation needs, which will determine, which ones may be supported by voters. The CAC is also going to be seeking technical feedback from the Regional Transportation Authority staff and from the Technical Management Committee, the TMC. In terms of policy development, the CAC is not delegated to develop policy or to deliberate interpretation of state statutes or policies of the RTA board. The CAC's responsibility is to develop a fiscally constrained program of multimodal regional transportation investment. The CAC will receive direction from all of you, the board, on all policy matters, as well as on a budget based on revenue projections to use for the development of the RTA Next plan. This direction from you includes the determination of the tax rate, as well as any set aside revenues for the implementation of current RTA plan projects that you may include in the next RTA plan. The CAC will also review and select projects that align with the RTA statutory requirements and those of the RTA board's policies and direction. Recommendations will have to be in compliance with Arizona state statutes, as well as RTA board policies as outlined in the current administrative code. The CAC will also review and confirm commitments from lead agencies for any anticipated non-RTA revenue sources that may supplement the proposed projects. You, the RTA board, may also include an overlap funding amount in the first 5-year period of the new plan. So for example, the current plan ends in 2026. If a new plan starts in 2024, then the overlap period would be that 2024 to 2026 timeframe. Also, you'll be developing a targeted budget for the proposed new plan based on anticipated mix of RTA and committed non-RTA revenues. The CAC will draft preliminary plan, and then in coordination with the TMC, they'll recommend that preliminary plan back to you, the board. Once you review and approve the draft plan, then we at RTA staff will conduct extensive public outreach to seek public review and feedback on the draft plan. The preliminary plan may be revised by the CAC as directed by you, the board, based on any public feedback of that draft plan. The CAC will coordinate with the TMC as needed to make a final recommendation to the RTA board. Any further public input will occur as needed. And then finally, you, the board, will seek member feedback and endorsements and approve the draft plan and set the election. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, Mr. McGovern is also online. If you don't mind, allow him to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I had only a couple of purposes, I guess, in requesting that this item come before you. And they mostly had to do with the interpretation of our guiding principles and the types of things that may be considered the board's purview, that is policy decisions. We do have guiding principles that have been established, and we now have a few of our new members and perhaps some of our old members as well who would like to talk about and set guidelines, if you will, for several different types of areas that you may consider to be, and I believe you do, consider these to be policy. I would remind you, some of these were mentioned in the call to the audience, including mobility, justice, equity, climate change, technology, and maintenance. And direction to the CAC is important in that we can move forward as long as we aren't questioning whether it's an area that we're supposed to be in, if you will. And getting that information in front of the entire committee in a time-effective manner is really important, because I know that at some point you're going to tell us when you want this project completed and when you want a draft plan. When you do give us that date, I guarantee, since we're really closing in on 2026, that we'll be we'll be feeling the pressure of that timeframe. So I would just ask that the board begin to consider direction to us about a date for our completion of work. Talk to us about a budget. Let us know how much you anticipate will be available and whether you want it broken up as to some of the named projects or not, or if you want to hear from us, our recommendations. Same thing with maintenance, and most importantly, these right now for us as a committee, these guiding principles. We are certainly willing to discuss any of these items and incorporate them as our group feels is appropriate into a draft plan. But we would like to have confirmation from the board that that's the direction we should be heading. And that's really all I had. If there are questions or concerns about anything I've said, be happy to discuss those.
Chair McGovern, I don't have any concerns about what you've said, and like Mayor Romero, I'm very appreciative, grateful for your service and leading this group. There are terms that seem to be used interchangeably, so I just like clarification. There's we talk about guiding principles, we talk about policy. What are they? Two different things? Are they one and the same? What?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield, I'll be happy to answer that, and Tom can chime in as well and add to it. So the CAC developed what they call their own guiding principles. That was developed back in 2020. And as part of those guiding principles, they developed some goals, and that's what Mr. McGovern is talking about. More recently, there's been discussions about adding policy issues, and that's why we're having this conversation as what do you consider a policy matter? For example, what Mr. McGovern just used as an example was funding for maintenance. Should that be something that the board should discuss and provide direction on before the CAC continues any additional discussions about funding maintenance? So that's an example of the policy direction that they need. And that's somewhat divorced from the principles that they already developed themselves. Those principles didn't really get into policy issues per se. There were more goals and objectives.
As I read the emails that we received, and may not have read all of them, if some of them came earlier this morning, but it seemed to me that the interest of some of these individuals was really to revisit the guiding principles, and felt somehow constrained that they didn't have that opportunity. And just reading the emails, reading this that you just referenced, Mr. Mogimi, what was approved in January 13th, 2020. I don't see why the CAC can't have that conversation to revisit these guiding principles and add to the guiding principles or clarify the current. And I think a few of them said that it may be that they land right back where they are with these guiding principles. But on the other hand, there may be some that they add. So I couldn't understand why they felt constrained and not being able to have that conversation.
Be happy to touch on that again. I'm going to rely on Mr. McGovern too, because he's been trying to explain that. So the guiding principles were used really as a tool for jurisdictional members to develop their project list. All jurisdictional members used those guiding principles, developed their project list, submitted their project list. So in some fashion, that step is already completed, and they're more than welcome to go back and revisit it. But the projects really are the ones that are now currently aligned with those principles. So how you want to use those principles moving forward is up to the committee. And I'll rely on Mr. McGovern to tell you that they've been anxious to dive into the projects. And that's one of the reasons that they felt that that exercise was already completed. Tom, did you want to add to that? I'm sorry, just in case.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Mayor, I'm more than willing to discuss the guiding principles with the committee and have told them as much. And in fact, have told them that we would be happy to entertain these, particularly the three issues that they have brought forward, multiple new members have brought forward, that being, again, mobility, justice, equity, and climate change as different potential guiding principles. The problem with that is that these are oftentimes individual jurisdictional purviews, which have not necessarily coalesced, in my view, into regional philosophy or regional position. And as such, for us to adopt these as a CAC, in my view, could, in essence, supersede or perhaps get in the way of the board's own decisions about such matters. So should the board decide that you'd like us to go ahead and give you our best shot at it, we'll be right on it. If you, though, want to give us some direction about things like climate change, as an example, I think each of the jurisdictions probably has its own method of approaching in dealing with climate change. And if there's something from a regional perspective that we should have in mind for this regional plan, then by all means, let us know.
Mayor Honey, and then.
Mr. Maxwell have a hand up?
You were first.
You're first.
I will yield.
Oh, I yield.
I figure he's yielding because that way he can respond.
I want to be able to respond.
So I do agree with Mayor Winfield, though. The guiding principles, and first, Mr. Chair, Executive Director, can you clarify, did the board ultimately approve the guiding principles as developed by the CAC, or was that the CAC?
Yeah, the guiding principles were really a tool between CAC and TMC. CAC developed that, and then TMC had a chance to review and comment, and then the CAC adopted that. That was really more of an opportunity for the two committees to work together in order to request for projects. And the TMC used that information to submit their projects.
Thank you for that insight, Mr. Chair. But I still agree with Mayor Winfield on this one. If anybody, I don't know if you all watched them all, and they weren't always easy to watch, but if you've watched the first two Citizen Advisory Committee meetings, the chairs are earning their pay on this right now. But part of it's because anytime you put a new organization that big together, you're going to go through those standard storming, norming, forming. And from the first one to the second one was significant improvement. I've talked with both Chair McGovern and Vice Chair Campbell about it, and just allowing them to have the conversation on these guiding principles and let them come up with their ideas. Remember, we do ultimately own the policy decision making here. And we will be the final approval on the draft, everything. But it's going to do a little bit of bringing them coalescing together. And those are just goals. What they came out of those guiding principles were goals. We have everything from reduce, wildlife crashes to, reducing congestion. So, it's just a goal on that thing. It's not a policy. It's not anything set in stone. If we find them with the plan they're building is outside of the scope of what we want as this board, we've got a chance to reassess it. But I think it's beneficial to let them have that conversation. Now, where we can give them parameters would be to set a date, which, and I tell you, I suggest that by our next board meeting to come back with their recommendations or with their adjusting that, so we can let them coalesce, put that behind us, and get on with building a plan. Because both what you heard to me, Baki said, as well as Tom, they both said that there's things that are board responsibilities that I think we're lacking on so far. We haven't given them a date that we expect the draft plan. We haven't given them budget. The executive director tried to put, a very detailed list of things we do, and I think it's my personal opinion, it's too detailed. But there are some things. Once we give them a date, they're going to recognize the time. And as some of those emails said, they want, how can they build a good plan without extensive public outreach? Well, the extensive public outreach for this plan will occur after there's a draft. It's only a draft that we've approved. And last RTA was 20, town halls and 200 community presentations. So there's going to be a lot of public outreach, assuming we have a plan early enough to get it to the ballot by the time we need it. So I think at some point, we owe them some answers. But on this guiding principles, I would defer to the chair. If he thinks it's going to be beneficial for their coalition, I would support letting them have the conversation. Just if we want to give them a timeline, give them a timeline when they have to have that conversation over.
Tony?
The policy body for the RTA is sitting right here at this desk. And as much as I appreciate, I think Chairman Governor should get a pay raise. I listened to both of the meetings. And it was a little hard. In fact, I called a couple of you and raised hell for about an hour with each of them. The CAC does not set policy. It is not their goal to go out and talk to the public. If anybody goes out and talks to the public, it's after we have a plan, then we go out as an executive board or direct the executive staff to go out and talk to the public and get opinions. What I'm worried about is we're going to get caught in the weeds of the Green New Deal or something like that instead of coming up with policies and parameters. We set the parameters. We set all of our projects that we want to do, each entity here that submitted projects. They go to the CAC and it's their job to look through those policies, not bring in new ones, or throwing them out, and prioritize, can they be done? How can they be done? When should they be done? And all that kind of stuff. And I think we have to be pretty succinct on where we're going to spend the money. General Maxwell talked about it a little bit, but I mean, we got a bag of money 100%. 60% is going to be spent on capital projects. 25% is going to be spent on transit. So many percent is going to be spent on whatever. We can give general guidelines to the CAC, and then they can work within the parameters of those directives from this board. And I just really think we have got to move fairly quickly. We have to have a timeline as to when we need that plan. If we're going to go out, I think most of us want to go out in November of 24 and, submit the plan. We've got a couple years, but it takes a long time. We're talking about $2 billion. And another thing is, how much money are we going to submit to the CAC that we have? I know we've talked about 2.1 or 2.2 with inflation, and we're getting to be a bigger community and everything else. The last plan, which I am the only one on this board that was a member of it, we submitted way too much money that we were going to have for the plan. We submitted 2 billion and we came up with about 1.6. We've been throwing PAG money and everything else we can find at it to try to make it work. I think we need to be responsible. And if we think we might have 2.1 or 2, maybe we say we got 2 billion to work with. Set up their projects in there. And that way, I know inflation, Mayor Romero, that's been a big thing with you, and it has been on a couple of my projects or our projects in Atlanta, I should say, not mine. That leaves us a little bit of money. If we stay within the parameters and guidelines of the projects we submit to the voters, we would have a little bit of money if inflation or extenuating costs come on those projects. I'm not against people talking and having an opinion, but I think we need to set a parameter of what we're willing to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair. No, and thank you, Mr. McGovern. I've known you for a lot of years, and I was telling somebody how you had 32 or 33 other people you have to work with, and their eyes rolled in their head. I'm trying to manage all of that. So I know it's difficult. And I did hear you that you said, you're looking for at least some guidelines, for that. I mean, and certainly I would defer to you on as far as guiding principles and things. But Chairman had brought it up earlier, which I think is a good point. Anytime you have a replacement, this work has already been done, and it can be difficult for new people to understand that, we're on a timeline. I love Becky's timeline where we are, because I remember from our assistant town manager / before public works director, before we reconstituted to its full capacity, she presented on why Salarita's projects were submitted and why that was the priority. And then once the city projects came in, I don't know if that's been accomplished yet. So I think there's some void there on the CAC on why we all submitted our projects. And I think that would help for them to understand, why these were our selections. Now, if they want to use in their mind, I'm trying to set these $2 billion, whether it be climate change for one and something else for another. But I remember the general talked about getting this to full strength because we've got to get these projects selected. And I just worry that if we don't give some guidelines, we're going to have policy discussions at that level, which really belongs at this level. And we're not going to be having selection processes moving forward that can come back to us. And this has to be, do you know off the top of your head, is it, do we have like 4 billion on the table or 5 billion? What's in total then?
So the projects that are submitted add up to $4.6 billion. And as Mayor Honey mentioned, that's up to this board to decide how much you want to set aside for programming. But again, based on our revenue estimates, it's in that $2 billion range.
Yeah, so where you have to cut over half of that. And I worry when we get sort of sidetracked on what is policy or is it a guideline and what comes from us, because I know one of the emails said we're evil politicians. They didn't say evil, we said politicians. But we are, they're our advisory council to us. We're we set the policy, and they have to be concentrating on whittling these projects down. That means there has to be, and you can use whatever criteria, in my opinion, as a CAC member that you bring to the table to help, but it is a regional transportation plan. So it gets me a little nervous when we're talking about taking asphalt away on a regional transportation plan. That's okay to have that discussion, but we've got to get focused and get these projects whittled down to where, and I trust the chairs, all three, to, whatever they feel necessary to have these guiding principle conversations. But at some point, you got to refocus back onto these $4 or $5 billion worth of projects that have to get down to 2 that have to get to us and then get to the public. Because that's, I think, some of the misinterpretation that they're sort of in charge of the public outreach policy, and they have to understand that comes after we decide what's the $2 billion. So,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Murphy. I just wanted to say one thing. The job may be tough, but it's really not as tough as you might think, because there's 33 fully committed citizen voters who really, as a unit, want the best for our community. So from that perspective, it's kind of a dream job. I will say, though, that we are working on projects at the same time that we're learning and bringing both the new and the old to common knowledge bases. And that I've been describing to people as the equivalent of changing a flat tire on the highway while the car's still driving down the road.
Correct.
And And so far, no injuries. So we're happy about that, but appreciate the support from the board and particularly Mr. Mayor, the comments about exactly how we need to get going.
Any further comments or questions on this item?
Well,
Number 8?
I think one of the things that I'm kind of questioning is again on these guiding principles. One of the things that I believe in, and we have so many things going on outside of what we normally consider to be transportation issues, but I mean it's kind of like we're looking at climate change. We're looking at all the issues that say our tribal groups are dealing with right now. They're talking about the HUD Bay and the issues that are going on throughout the mining activities that are taking place and destroying a lot of really, I don't want to call it pristine territory out there in the sense that what we have out there is places that have been mined for ages now, to tell you the truth. They've had activities up there for many, many years, but nonetheless, the tribes consider them sacred grounds. And I think those kinds of considerations need to be brought to face. How many more mines do we need, to pull out copper for companies that aren't even from the United States, from somewhere else? And I'm saying all this because I'm a retired environmental research scientist from California. And I spent 20 years out there looking at pesticides, actually, but nonetheless, it was something very, very different. And at a time when there were no, per se, environmental scientists, it was a very, very different world at that time when EPA was getting started. And my heart and soul will really go out for the lands that I grew up in that I can see are being degraded. We're losing visibility out there. There's a lot of dust out there, and I sat next to a ozone generating machine for 20 years, and we know how difficult it is to contain I would say elements like that. You can't use Tygon tubing, you have to use Teflon tubing and things like that to contain all this kind of stuff. But and it's very easy to generate, and we're really messing up our world right now. And I think some of these things are what some of these newer CAC members are bringing up to the forefront. And I just don't see anything wrong with us giving them a little bit of time to bring up the issues and lay them out on the table. We got all kinds of issues with water. I don't even want to think about the water debt, but it's kind of like I think the city's taking a great city of Tucson's taking a great challenge on, but basically stopping the flow of the CAC waters and trying to at least recover some of the waters in the Colorado River. But in any case, for me, I think that's something that's very important to consider. Some of these newer issues that are coming up, and I think these people deserve the right, have the right to put their a foot forward and bring it up to the board so we can at least consider some of this stuff.
Any other comments? Oh,
Well, I was just gonna say, is Mr. McGovern looking for action or staff or
There's
has
action.
this in discussion?
Direction. For them to start formulating the.
If I may, again, going back to what both Paki and Mr. McGovern mentioned earlier, it's really at your pleasure if there's any direction you want to give. And I think really the most important direction right now is to make sure that there is a understanding that policy issues such as developing the rate for the tax, such as establishing the date for the election, such as establishing the budget to program to, those are really board decisions. So make sure that that's understood. And then direction to, yes, we want you to continue and hopefully have a draft plan by a certain date. And then hopefully focus your attention to prioritizing those projects. Those are the kind of things that I've been talking to Mr. McGovern about as well. And some of you that it really would be helpful for them to understand that the board's desire is to put a plan together and bring it back to you. And that's my hope.
Chair? I think I understand what the purpose of this is to be. We're supposed to provide some guidance, and I appreciate the executive director and the RTA staff's effort to put together a pretty detailed 28-point project. I think at this point, what they really need, having talked to both the chairs, is some guidance, some way forward. And back to my point that I said earlier, I think that as a board, there's things that we just haven't provided them yet. We need to. So if you don't mind, I'd like to entertain a motion. The motion would be, and I've got it written down so I can give it to you if you need, when you need it. But the motion would be that we, the board, provide the Citizens Advisory Committee and the TMC a deadline for the draft plan. Now we don't have one right now. I've got one in my mind if somebody wants me to put a date to it, and that would be July of 2023. That gives them a year to come up with the plan. And that puts them on a timeline that will understand they'll have to go. That also gives us 8 months to do an extensive citizen outreach and still have time to have something prepared for the November 2024 ballot. That's not setting that as a date. I don't want to set that as a date because if they can get the plan to us earlier, or if we can do the citizens outreach, we may want to consider a special election in 24, but we know that we do not want to push it past that November date. So my proposal would be to provide to the CAC a deadline for the draft plan of July 2023. I'd also ask that we provide, or that we allow the CAC to consider the guiding principles in concert with the TMC and have that discussion wrapped up no later than our next meeting, which I believe is July. Is that correct, Executive Director?
August
of 20. So that's a deadline for them. And at that point, we need them to move on. I think it's important that we restate to the CAC members that our belief that it's the 35 members on the CAC that brings the public input to the creation of the plan. But it is the board and the staff's responsibility afterward to oversee that community, that extensive community outreach for the draft plan that has been approved by us and prior to final declaration of the final plan. I also would move that we provide an estimated budget, and as Mayor Honey alluded to, and a desired range for each element within that budget. So if we give them whatever we decide on the budget, we should provide them with a percentage breakdown of capital projects, transit, and we've got to have and the rest of the elements, as they would say, the buckets that exist. I also would move that we address and provide them guidance on possible use of maintenance dollars as part of the plan. And that means we're going to have this conversation on, do we have any maintenance in it at all? If we do, is it only RTA projects, or is it just used for other maintenance? That's a much broader conversation. It's not one we're going to do, but part of the motion would be that we commit to providing that insight at some point. Therefore, they don't need to worry about it until we provide them the insight if we believe that's going to be good going forward. That's everything I have.
I'll second the motion.
Question, any questions?
But I have one question in regards to, and I appreciate the motion and it certainly covered some of my interests. But you mentioned that the agenda that was brought up and called to the audience, that it could be discussed
Be happy to, Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield. So as Mr. McGovern mentioned, with 33 members, they do have a lot of requests from individuals that come to him for agendizing items for the future meetings. He's got a nice running list of all the requests, and typically we work together to identify what items should be on the agenda. Ultimately, the chair has the prerogative to finalize and approve the agenda. So the agenda's been, at least the last two meetings, was more informational to educate some of the new members. Moving forward, if this motion passes, that's pretty much their agenda, and I'll talk to Mr. McGovern about that. If this motion passes, this really establishes their agenda for the near future.
Sure, just one quick question, because I could be supportive of that, but Mr. McGovern, you as the chair of the CAC listened to all those bullet points. Is there anything there that you're uncomfortable with, would like modified? Are you okay with that? Because you're the one that has to run that meeting, not us.
Mr. Chairman, Mayor Murphy, I'm fine with it. I think that the question of maintenance is one that has a lot of moving parts, a lot of different possibilities, and we could spend a long time on it if we didn't have at least some feedback from you. And then once we did, if you left it to us and we brought it to you, then it might be wasted time on our part. So I'm okay with that. I know that members of the CAC from the first time around, because I was also a member of that citizen committee, we're anxious, and a number of us participated in both the outreach as the draft plan went through different drafts before it was finalized and set, and then through the campaign where even more outreach was done to try to explain the project, explain the vote, if you will, to voters. So I know that this CAC will be equally anxious to contribute to that process. And so maybe the way it was phrased that, and as I've heard in the meeting from others, that it's not the CAC's purview, I understand, but I think they, as the creators, if you will, of this plan, have a lot to offer when it comes to that public outreach. And I would ask you to keep that in mind, because we're certainly, I can speak for myself and many of the other members of the committee will be interested in helping wherever we can with that process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll modify that portion about the outreach. I guess the point that I was trying to make in it, and if I'm open to any wording, is that the responsibility for that outreach will be coordinated by the RTA staff. We're going to need the board, we're going to need the Citizens Advisory Committee, we're going to need members of, hopefully, of all the councils
Right.
that you represent supporting this at those outreach. So it's not, I don't want to cut them out. The importance is that once we have a draft plan, the purpose of that line is let them not worried about this outreach that they need to do, because it will occur after we have a draft plan, and the RTA staff will be the ones responsible for coordinating, setting up, and taking that.
Mr. Chair, if I may just clarify a comment that Tom made, and it was really helpful back in 2006, after the plan was developed and approved by the board. CAC members really changed their hats, and they went out and they actually served on the election side. Obviously, RTA board cannot do that. RTA staff cannot do that. Once it becomes a ballot initiative, it really became an effort that CAC members on their own, working with the campaign, went out and did that outreach. So I just want to clarify that that outreach is not something that the RTA would do. That would be up to individuals.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going along with Mr. Maxwell, just great. Maintenance. I want to talk a little bit about maintenance. I may not vote for your plan, depending on the answer you give me. is we have $5 billion worth of projects that have been submitted. We have $2 billion in revenue that we anticipate collecting. Every dollar you spend on maintenance means one project maybe doesn't get done. Now, if that's in the city, I'm fine with that, or if it's Sarita's, I'm fine with that. But then one of my projects, because we're doing maintenance instead of capital program projects, which is what we did with the first one, or safety projects. When you said maintenance, you meant talk about maintenance, not necessarily we would do maintenance. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Mayor Honey, that is that we would provide them guidance on possible. That means talk about. Not a guarantee that there's going to be any. This board may decide we don't want maintenance addressed in it at all.
Well, I mean, if it's a county project or city project or something, and you want to do maintenance on it, just don't take one of my projects.
Mayor Honey, there is no commitment to maintenance dollars being in the RTA plan by this proposal. It was that it should be an issue, though, that the board provides guidance. What Chairman McGovern just alluded to is they could argue maintenance 2 hours a day for the next 7 weeks and not have a solution. That's going to be an issue that's going to be so controversial, and it really is policy. That guidance needs to come from the board. But my motion today is just saying, making that statement. So if at the next meeting, somebody brings up, well, we need to talk about maintenance in this plan, Chairman McGovern can turn to say, the board is going to address that first. They have not done so. So it's not the point of order for today's conversation.
I would say they're saying actually the same thing, because we're going to have that conversation and we're going to decide whether that's an important component at the expense of a potential project. And that discussion hasn't taken place.
And I know Chairman McGovern's got some ideas on how we could discuss that. Even if we ask them to give us what their thoughts are on, it may be outside the plan that we have to decide if we want to incorporate. But the bottom line is, to your concern, a yes vote today on this movement does not commit any funding or agreement that we are even going to have funding for maintenance. It's a board decision that we have to provide them guidance in the future.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank General Maxwell, because I think just as he did in January, he, with his motion that we unanimously approved back then, he has put together something that is responsive not only to the concerns of everybody on this board, but it's also responsive to the way Mr. McGovern has been conducting matters with the CAC. It's responsive to the concerns that we heard from some of the new CAC members who were looking at the agenda item. I want to especially point to the second part of your motion, General Maxwell, which says that by August, the CAC needs to have their deliberations about the framework and get back to us with what they determine, because it was the inability to be, or the perceived inability to be able to discuss the framework in the agenda item, as noted, that was the chief source of concern that we were hearing from the new members. And it also flew in the face, really, of what Mr. McGovern had said to them in the last meeting that he was willing to do. And Vice Chair Campbell reiterated that to me in a conversation that I had with her right before this meeting. So I think the motion is responsive to everybody's needs and concerns. It's also going to help us to move forward, which has always been the most important goal with regard to everything associated with RTA Next. And it speaks to the last paragraph in the summary section for this item, which says, overall, PAG RTA has had a long-standing practice of encouraging collaborative discussions to respect diverse opinions among our organizations and committees to achieve a common goal. I think this motion that you put forth very much addresses all the sentiments in that last paragraph, and I intend to support it.
Mayor? You know, we submitted our RTA Next projects 2 years ago with estimates at that time. We've said that, and so that's our $4.6 billion, we've been seeing escalation in costs of 35% to 100%.
Yeah.
I have a concern about how is that going to be addressed?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Mayor Winfield. So basically, once a draft plan is put together and you try to narrow it down to a more manageable size, right now it's 108 projects. Once we get to a more manageable size, we'll go through another cost estimating exercise. During that process, they'll adjust those costs again. And then even further, as you get closer to a draft plan, we actually take it out when we have a consultant on board that they would develop 10% plans to develop even more detailed cost estimates before we finalize the plan. So that's one of the reasons that time is of the essence here, that we need that additional time to actually develop a conceptual plan before we finalize the plan and bring it back to you. So you'll have most recent cost estimates prior to your July 23 deadline.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate, I'd like to first off thank, I should have done it at the beginning of the meeting, thank the RTA staff for the help they gave me today. I took my State Transportation Board study session meeting from the Catalina room on the 5th floor. So I've been here since about 9 o'clock. But the reason I mentioned that, one, they were extremely helpful, especially Jackie Altaveras and Becky, because she was the one that kept making sure I had coffee. So I was aware. But the reason I point that out is the RTA staff and the PAG staff are here to support our cause. They're also here to support the Citizens Advisory Committee and the TNC. And so I think it's important that all of us remember that what they're doing is trying to expedite facilitating what we do. Sometimes it may not be in the timely manner that we want. It may not be, the exact information. I think it's important that all the CAC members as well as the TNC members, and we realize that staff's trying to help, and we need to make sure they're treated with the utmost respect. Sometimes you see emails that maybe are a little aggressive on saying that what the staff's doing is not being helped. That's just not true. The thing I wanted to tell you about the pricing, because that is absolutely going to be the biggest thing. There was one project that the State Transportation Board looked at. We had 2 bids for it. The state's estimate was $9.5 million. The lowest bid was $13.5 million. The second bid was $16.5 million. We had to reject that contract because the money just wasn't there and there weren't things there. So I asked the question specifically knowing we were going to have this meeting of what Christine Ward, the finance CFO for the state transportation, has seen as far as the percentages. And then over the last 3 quarters, they've seen an average increase in cost of goods of 41%. So to the point, if $2 billion is the number we're using, the projects, everything's going to put pressure on that. We need to be aware of that, and as does the CAC as they go through the deliberations on where the priorities where the money needs to be.
Mayor, and then we'll go to.
Thank you, Chairman. I really appreciate the motion. It's very clear, especially because it really puts the onus on this board to come up with a policy. And part of what staff has been telling the CAC is that this board gives direction on policy. And so I absolutely agree that this board has to talk about all of the issues, including maintenance, Ed, to make sure that we are, that we're giving as much direction in terms of policy and where we want to go, budget, timeline, and what the investments are going to be and the categories of investments to the CAC so that they can get to work. It's not the other way around. We can't say hurry, 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 hurry without us giving them direction on policy. So I will be supporting your motion. I think it's very thorough, well thought out. In regards to the attached material, we're not moving this forward, right? Because I believe that the draft CAC parameters to guide members conflict with the actual bylaws that have been put together for the CAC. And if it's bylaws we want to talk about, then we need to agendize something as board members so that we can have a thorough discussion on bylaws for the CAC. So I just want to make sure that we're not forwarding that and that we're focused on the motion that you have and delaying whatever the suggestions were in terms of CAC I think they're called draft parameters to guide the members as we develop the plan. So, all right, thank you.
No, go ahead, Mayor.
Well, I was just at the risk of having Mayor Honey throw things at me. One of the things, I'm forgetting maintenance on there, but to Mayor Winfield's point, one of the things that is out there, we have the ability to go above, the half-cent, the $2 billion. So that's, I'm not, please do not amend your motion for that, but that is something that we may have to tackle if we want to do, forgetting the 2 billion, if we want to do X projects. Yesterday, it might have been 2 billion. Today, it might be 2.5 billion. But that's just something to be considered.
Mayor Murphy, I'm really glad you spoke before I did because
I'm
not. because of what you just said sets the stage for something that I've been thinking since General Maxwell's motion set a deadline for the CAC, which is that this body pretty soon is going to have to start talking about our own timelines for discussions of different topics, such as maintenance and the setting of the sales tax at whatever level. As we're setting timelines for the CAC, it just makes me think that some point sooner rather than later, we're going to have to be setting some timelines for ourselves as well.
Mayor Romero, Mayor.
Just final commentary that I agree 100% with Mayor Winfield and General Maxwell and Mayor Teso about the capacity for the CAC members to be able to have a conversation about the guiding principles to help have that cohesiveness as a group in terms of what the guiding principles are as we move forward. I think it's going to be a very effective exercise for them to be able to put it in writing and have a conversation, right? And try and agree as we move forward.
As my former friend, Mayor Murphy. That was sarcastic. We have to kind of look at things, and maybe we're talking about the half cent to the whole cent, all that kind of stuff without saying it. Mayor Murphy.
Yes, last time I was passing my lips.
If you got the things in perspective, Project 411. Congratulations, Mayor Romero. Just passed for 10 years. You got a half cent sales tax.
Yes.
Mayor Winfield has a half cent sales tax. Town of Marana in January for our community center did a half cent sales tax. We're going to have to stay pretty low. And if it gets much off of that half cent, I'll be dancing on the table. And I'm trying to be a nice guy.
Dancing?
We cannot stretch it that far. I'm not going to tax my people at 10%. And if we start getting past a half cent with the additional half cents of 3 of our municipalities right now, it puts us under a tremendous strain. And I think because the 2 largest communities, I mean, you're much larger than us, have a half cent. I don't think we can go much past a half cent. So I think we have to be realistic when we're looking at how much money we're going to collect. So, I mean, we all need to look at that. I mean, we could raise 5 million or 4 or something if we go to 1 cent. But I just wouldn't be able to do that. So, I mean, I think we need to start nailing these things down. And you're right, Mayor Murphy, we need to do it sooner rather than later.
Well, CAC needs it, to know what are they narrowing down to?
Yes.
We'll discuss this.
Any other further comments? I just wanted to say one thing, and I've heard it throughout all these great conversations, and I love this kind of thing that we're doing right now and actually working as a board. But I've always felt that mechanism of these CACs within them. We can say yes or no, but it's really who the chair and vice chair and all them on trying to figure out, their guiding principles. They have that ability to do that. I don't think they need anything from us except we're okay with it, but I mean, you guys are the ones that will set that, have said it before. It wasn't us, the RTA board, it was CAC that came up with those governing principles. And I think when I saw those emails, I think they just need to depend on the leadership within the CAC. This leadership is a different form of leadership here, but inside, I think is where the strength will come from you, sir, and the other ones that are at the head of that, because we really depend on it. And I think that's what they need to follow. So that's my only perception of the whole thing. And I hope you get there. And I hope, every rose has its little thorns and stuff like that. So it needs to be handled with respect and, dignity and all those things. And I wish you well. And I hope you guys do very well with the new members and the members that decided to stay on and still help this whole region. And that's the beauty of it. So I thank you for that. And I hope you guys get to that point where you can have meaningful discussions on the guiding principles and anything else you wish to talk about and then present to us. We do have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded and we'll move on that today. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would be remiss not to acknowledge Paki. She's been doing a wonderful job of coordinating with the chair and the officers, and I just want to thank her publicly for all of her work as well.
Absolutely, brother. So because of that, then we're not moving on number 8 then.
Yes, Mr. Chair, item 8 is
Wanna make sure.
completed. We're moving to item 9.
Item 9. then.
Item 9, I'll take care of that one. That was the one that I was rushing to get to. That is appointment of a CART committee member who is a representative of Pima County. So it's nominated by Pima County. It's Mr. Ian Johnson, and I would like a motion for approval of his appointment.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. We'll move on to item 10.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, Jim's gonna help me. He's got a PowerPoint and if he's losing his voice, I'll try to chime in. So go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the RTA board. As you know,
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, Jim. I
I was
can
having-
hardly hear him.
I was having a little trouble too. Can you pull the mic closer to your mouth, Jim? If that will help.
Maybe the audio in
We
here.
can turn it up a little.
is that better?
Little bit.
Okay,
I can't hear it. I know.
how about that?
That's
Much better.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see if I can adjust microphone on my end too here. Oh, it's not wanting to do anything. Okay, anyway, as you know, the Auditor General issued a audit on April 12th of the RTA over its first 15 years of operation. We're going to talk a little bit about the recommendations as well as the cost to complete of the remaining projects. They kind of tie together in terms of how we are approaching things. Let's see here. There we go. First of all, the audit did not contain any findings. They did, however, provide to us a number of recommendations. The first 2 of which apply directly to the RTA. The remaining ones apply more directly to Pima Association of Governments and the performance metrics that we monitor and look at in terms of how our projects move the needle in the region. So what I'll stay focused on here is the first 2 recommendations. The first recommendation was that on an annual or more frequent basis, that we have our member jurisdictions submit complete capital project cost estimates and actual expenditure data from regional and local sources. We would then monitor and summarize the revised cost estimates in addition to all of the available funding sources available to pay for project costs to further enhance the RTA's gap analysis. The second recommendation was to continue working with our local jurisdictions to secure needed non-RTA funding for RTA plan projects before and after the end of the RTA plan on June 30, 2026. Now, these recommendations, we have committed to implement them, and we'll be adjusting our IGAs in the future to reflect the reporting requirements. We will be asking to identify all pledged local funding commitments as shown in the RTA voter approved plan. Look at other committed or officially earmarked local funds for each project. The availability of additional local funding for non-RTA funding needed to complete each of the projects. We'll ask about that. We'll be looking for commitments of local funds for incremental cost increases where they're due to locally preferred scope changes. And those, we do not bear them at the RTA. And the RTA will continue to work will continue to identify ineligible project costs in its updates to the funding needs analysis report for our roadway improvements. Consistent with the RTA statutes, the RTA board is the sole decision-making body for the implementation and compliance of the plan. The board has indicated that it will identify and move a number of current RTA plan projects into RTA Next, into the development of that for board consideration in order to address the spike in construction cost increases. Moving projects with significant scope changes is consistent with the RTA statutes and the RTA's fiduciary responsibility. Pursuant to statutes, locally preferred scope changes must be referred back to the voters unless incremental cost increases to the scope are covered by the local jurisdiction. Right now, what we're looking at recommending is that we try to find $150 million worth of project funding through either deferrals or additional revenues so that we can complete the remaining projects. That is, as we've all heard today, is a moving target, and in that we do have, we are experiencing very increased costs. Whether those are temporary or permanent, we don't know yet, but certainly over the past few months, the lack of materials has translated into increased costs, as has the increase in the price of fuel and oil, as it affects so many other costs. So cost increases due to proposed scope expansion changes. There are 3 projects that we've identified. RTA number 5, which is Silver Bell Road, El Camino del Cerro to Ina. That's it actually involves 3 jurisdictions. It involves the city of Tucson on the very south end, Pima County in the middle, and actually Pima County and Marana kind of go back and forth because they have a very irregular jurisdictional boundary along Silver Bell. So we have had letters from management at both the town and Pima County asking us to consider deferring that to RTA Next so that they can expand the scope of the project without having to bring local funds to bear to make up for the difference. RTA 31, Harrison Road, Irvington Road to Golf Links, which is in the plan as a 2-lane bridge over the Pantano Wash. But we hear loud and clear that that there's a desire for a 4-lane divided roadway the whole length between Golf Links and Irvington. And on RTA 32, Houghton Road from Golf Links to 22nd Street, that the RTA plan identifies it as a 4-lane divided roadway. It's currently being designed as a 6-lane divided roadway. This is a project that we've talked about over many years. The city bringing additional funding to bear to cost the differential because that was their locally desired project. These locally preferred scope changes must be referred back to the voters unless we can come up with the additional cost increases. So RTA Next requests, as I mentioned, RTA number 5, Silverville Road. We've heard from both Butte County and Moran Management, we presented that to the TMC as well. The RTA number 31, Harrison Road, Irvington to Golf Links, has already been a City of Tucson request in the RTA Next submittal. So that would be one that we could look at either, we have a choice. We can either continue to move forward with the design and construction of the 2-lane bridge, or as part of an ultimate 4-lane, or we could defer it and do it all as one cohesive project. Now I want to shift gears and just take a quick look at where we are financially. We have not updated much in the way of costs. We know that there are moving costs. We're going to be reaching out to our jurisdictional partners to get their latest information on what they're seeing in cost estimates. But let me show you where we're at right now. Excuse me. This is the funding needs analysis. Excuse me. We have adjusted the funding, tip funding to reflect.
Didn't hear me. That's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. We do have.
If you don't mind, Jim, I can help you while you're catching your breath there. If you want to look through the spreadsheet quickly.
Okay, I'm going to mute briefly when I cough.
There you go. Anyhow, you've seen the spreadsheet before, and Jim and the staff, as well as jurisdictional staff, are continuing to try to update the cost estimates. As General Maxwell mentioned earlier, those are moving targets. They are moving quickly, and we all recognize that the cost estimates are going to be increasing moving forward. So this is a living document. We'll update it as frequently as we can. So currently you have 3 projects that have been proposed for scope changes. So we're looking at those 3 projects, and we'll update those as the board makes any decisions. Please advance to the next slide, and then maybe to the final slide, actually. Next one. So bottom line is really what we want to focus on. So based on our ongoing analysis, we're still looking at potentially needing anywhere between $7 million up to 100, let's say 120, just for the sake of discussion. So 78 to $120 million is that moving target. The cost increases that we anticipate it might even grow more. And that's why when Jim was talking about the $150 million, so we're saying, let's assume $150 million worth of cost increases that RTA will not have the revenue to complete. And that's why we want to have this discussion of being able to move $150 million from the current RTA into the RTA Next. And how can we do that? We can identify a number of projects to be able to accomplish that. And if you don't mind, next slide, please. So as part of the conversations, so I'll come back to that. As part of the conversations we've been having with TMC and the board back in January and in March, we began that conversation. How do you identify projects that would be suitable for moving to RTA Next, assuming 150 is the target? I would say anywhere between 150 and north of that is really what we want to look for. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions you may have, but even with the next item, we can get a little bit more deeper into that conversation.
Already looking for a scope change that either falls on the municipality or potentially RTA Next. That's kind of the low hanging fruit, right? Because there's already a scope change in there, which the voters didn't approve previously.
Exactly. Thank you for bringing that up. So that's from a policy perspective. Ultimately, it's a policy decision. We'll work together with staff and with Mr. Benavides and come back to you with some recommendations on policy and making sure that it's consistent with RTA statutes. But at some point, the decision has to be made. We know 150 million plus is the decision. And now how do you choose which projects? And going back to what you just mentioned, my recommendation would be that if you have projects that are not consistent with the plan, should be part of that conversation.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to make sure that we're going back to the unanimous motion passed by this board back in January 27th. That we have not, and I don't know, maybe there's a report that I haven't seen, but part of the motion indicated that remaining RTA, original RTA projects, that we would work to provide, or staff would work to provide official board positions for identifying the proposed plan and funding to complete the projects as part of the original RTA. We haven't had that discussion. We have not seen a plan as to how to provide funding to complete the projects that the voters approved back in 2006, that we would receive a definition of the specifics to outline how original RTA projects would be addressed if they are moved to an RTA next plan. And then, of course, how would we front load, because part of the motion was projects to be front loaded to the beginning of the RTA next. Projects recognized as original RTA projects, not included in it as RTA next projects for discussion of a jurisdiction's share of RTA next project. So we have not seen that yet. And I believe that part of the conversation that has been happening at the TMC is that the jurisdictions, which the most affected jurisdiction in this body is the city of Tucson. We believe in the city of Tucson, and I know that our city manager has been discussing this at the TMC, is that the city of Tucson needs to participate in a holistic picture of how much money do we have, how many of those projects can be covered, and then what, and if we decide as a body to move to those funding needs to an RTA next, how would that happen? All of that conversation has not been put in writing. There hasn't been any additional follow-up from the executive director and the staff at the RTA. And frankly, we feel as though the city of Tucson should have a say as to how we put that plan together if we, the city of Tucson, decide to add any of these projects to a possible RTA next. Because there's a question mark about whether the citizens of our region would vote yay or nay on an RTA next. So all of those questions are still at the table that have not been answered. And we would prefer, we, the city of Tucson, would prefer to have a holistic conversation about all of it rather than one-offing, right? Deciding whether, okay, this project is ready to go. Do we have the funding for it? And based on inflation, is there enough money for the project to happen? So lots of questions, and that I think we need answers for to be able to, move with the direction given back in January to make sure that we're all moving together and getting us to a yes, getting us to what we need to do, getting us to answers that will provide a fair plan as we move forward.
Mr. Chair, if I may, Mayor Romero, that is obviously our intent. That's what we've been working towards. Jim, if you don't mind, go back to that slide with the bottom line. So what we're hoping that you all recognize is the bottom line is the $150 million. $150 million worth of current RTA plans would have to move to RTA next. And we've talked about that mechanism, the overlap mechanism between current RTA and the next RTA, with roughly $150 million of current plan overlapping with RTA next. How do we identify those $150 million worth of projects? That's the topic of conversation. We've been having that conversation at the TMC level. We've been having the conversation with staff. to make sure that we have updated cost estimates. So whatever number we come up with is hopefully the most recent cost estimates that you have. And again, as Mayor Murphy mentioned earlier, projects that are proposing to make significant scope changes, those are the ones that are being discussed by TMC as ideal candidates for that $150 million. Projects that are asking for additional funding that by law require additional local funding, RTA cannot pay those dollars. That's by RTA statute. Those projects would probably be in the list of $150 million as well if local funds are not available. So that's what the presentation was about, to start identifying those projects. So the projects that you see highlighted in the slides are those projects that we're talking about. Houghton Road, that's the additional scope change by state law, requires local funding for that scope change. If you can go back one more slide, just to highlight it once. One more, please. And then those three projects are the ones that we're talking about at the TMC level. Silver Bell Road, and then the 2 First Avenue projects. So those are 4 projects that are under consideration. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Executive Director, so when you say 150 million, is that from the current cost estimate column or is that from the 2022?
Most recent estimate that we have.
So it is the most
today.
recent.
Most recent we have today, yes.
And based on that, we're talking 150. I'm doing math in public here, but if you talk Silver Bell, which Pima and Miranda both said they want the scope change and they're willing, my impression is they're willing to move to the RTA next. Houghton, another one, they want the scope change, they're willing to move to RTA next.
Actually, on Houghton Road, there's a discussion about the scope change, the cost difference. That's roughly in the $10 to $15 million range. If the city can provide that additional cost, then it doesn't have to move.
And the city of Tucson has not, just for clarification, has not agreed to move any of the projects that haven't been delivered to an RTA.
No, Madam Chair, I mean, sorry, Chairman Capicio, as well as Madam Mayor, fully understand that, but what I'm trying to get at is what we've already identified, because we know we have a couple of these projects, so Houghton's not one of them. So really, the Silver Bell for 58 million and the 11 million for First from River to Einar, both effectively the municipality or the executing agencies willing to move it to RTA next. That means of the 150 so far, we've only identified 69 million.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So with that, if there are any other questions, be happy to answer your questions. And the next item hopefully answers some of these additional questions as well.
Done with 10, we'll move on to number 11.
Number 11, Jim had a couple of slides.
Jim, present.
Yeah, Jim, if you don't mind, and again, I know you're trying to save your voice there, so feel free to pass it on anytime.
Okay, thank you. I will, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Just want to briefly go over the recent scope change requests that have been talked about by TMC. There we go. As we mentioned, the board was going to identify a number of projects. We've talked about that. We've been looking at projects with significant scope changes and looking at the 3 scope changes that we've gotten formal requests from. Those are the First Avenue, both First Avenues and Silver Bell. The 3 projects could be good candidates. In aggregate, those 3 projects together amount to $207.6 million worth of costs as estimated in the RTA cost to complete estimate. And with that, I think that's really pretty much the essence of that presentation. I know that there was discussion at TMC about having a more robust discussion, public outreach on the First Avenue River to River to Grant Road project, and that was something that we took direction from them on.
Mr. Chair, if I may add to that, thank you, sir. It goes back to General Maxwell's question. So the aggregate was roughly in the $200 million with those projects, and we believe that as part of the conversation that we want direction from the board, that are we getting closer to a target? And obviously we'll continue the conversation.
Go ahead, sir.
So RTA number 5 was recommended by the TMC to move towards to RTA next. That's acceptable to both Pima County and Marana. Pima County has already indicated that we are okay with scope changes we're proposing for our section of First Avenue from River to Ina to be moved to RTA next. If the other First Avenue project, which is the cities from River to Grant, were moved to RTA next. And I hasten to say the rescoped project going from 6 to 4 lanes, because I do think the city did pretty significant outreach and presented, and members of the TMC have agreed with that as well, that the city did a lot of outreach to its affected constituents. If that project were the third project that were moved to RTA next, then we would have sufficient revenue to fund all of the remaining RTA projects.
Yes, sir. That's the way it's, again, the $200 million, that even gives you some additional funding if additional projects cost increases go up as well.
But, and this is a question for Mr. Benavides, because item 11 says discussion and possible direction to staff, we couldn't make a motion during this item to move those 2 projects to RTA next, could we?
I won't answer for Thomas, but just as a general rule, because this question comes up every time, we try to keep the agenda items flexible enough that you can make whatever.
Well, I'm
motions
just,
you like to
I know,
make,
but when it says action, discussion, and possible direction to staff, that's not as significant as making a motion to move projects to RTA next.
I'll leave it up to Mr. Benavides.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, supervisor, in my view, the purpose of the agenda language is to put the public on notice that this is up for discussion and action. So I wouldn't have a problem with it myself. I don't think it's a problem. It's on here for us to, for this board to.
We did Mr. Chair, we did a motion even earlier.
Yeah, even if it's
So we
not
can
on-
kind of do on our council agenda, it's always the coverall that at any time we can go to e-session, anytime we can, something to come to action, even if it's because it's agendized as a discussion. So we have that ability.
After
Well, I
Mayor
just-
Romero, and then we'll go to them back.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would not support a motion like that, Supervisor Scott. I know for a fact that the city of Tucson, especially mayor and council, have voted on a reduced scope for First Avenue from Grant to River. And we would have very extensive problems with my council if a motion like that would be taken tonight, specifically because part of the January motion approved unanimously by this board very specifically gives direction to the executive director about identifying the proposed plan and funding to complete projects as part of the original RTA. We have not received that. As a matter of fact, this particular board has not voted officially whether we want to put any projects into the RTA next. We have not taken a position on that. Even though individual jurisdictions have already said that it's acceptable to possibly move their projects to a possible RTA next. So I just want to be very clear. The city of Tucson and mayor and council would have lots of problems with a motion like that.
Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify, Mayor Romero, thank you very much for your comments, because if I were to make any such motion, it would be for a reduced scope project, similar to what you just described as the preference of mayor and council. Absolutely. And would also be, part of the motion would also be that it be front loaded. which is something that was addressed in the January 27th motion that we all passed unanimously.
I would repeat to you, Supervisor Scott, that I haven't had the opportunity to have a discussion with my council about that type of motion, specifically RTA Next and moving projects that the city of Tucson is ready to move on, specifically First Avenue to an RTA Next package. So I just want to make sure that is something that needs to be discussed at mayor and council level, and with the city manager and with our Department of Transportation and Mobility director to get to a point where, okay, first, what is the plan for funding? What is ready to go? And when and if the mayor and council decide to move to a possibility of an RTA Next plan, what are the projects that the city of Tucson would want moved? And First Avenue is not one of the ones that we're prepared to say today, right now,
Right.
that we're prepared to move to an RTA Next.
So having heard that, and I absolutely respect and understand the need for you to have further dialogue with your colleagues, I would like to make a motion just so we can start moving towards making up that funding gap. I would like to make a motion that, one, we affirm the TMC's recommendation that we move RTA project number 5 to RTA Next, and 2, that we move the county's First Avenue project, which is River to Ina, to RTA Next. That will at least get us part of the way there, and then we can continue having dialogue in future meetings, perhaps as soon as August. But I certainly respect the need for our colleague to have conversations with her council. So I would make that motion for those 2 projects.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Any questions on the motion?
I fully support that motion. Appreciate you moving it forward because it's time to move. We've talked about this since I've been on the board in the last year, so I think we need to make some progress. I do think, again, we don't want to respond to every email we get, but there were a lot of emails that were asking us to move the reduced fund forward to get it accomplished. I think it's important that the board affirms, and the executive director can correct me if I'm wrong here, but even at the reduced scope, there's still discussions on the funding solution because there are some parts of even under the reduced scope that there's questions if it's viability to pay. So sometimes the public says, oh, the city wants to reduce 74 million and we've got 74 million, so it's good to go. Well, remember, there's colors of money in there too. So we've got issues. I just want the public aware we've got issues on that one. We still have to work. What I would ask is that I agree with the idea that it makes it really easy to move it into RT Next if you have the support of the entities that are responsible for those projects. And I do believe in this case, if it was a project Adam ran and Ed Honey didn't want it moved, guarantee I'm not going to sit here and say move it. You don't. It's their job. So I would ask that the city continues those discussions and take a look at all the different possibilities. And that's where I think we talk about getting to that financial solution. So if the city's got other alternatives, I think this board would love to hear those. But we still got issues with First that have to be resolved. The scope's one, but also the funding. So it's deeper than that. I appreciate this conversation because also in those letters, you heard a lot of the folks from the CIC saying they're being given no choice on RTA, original RTA projects that are being forced on them into RTA Next. No, it's a completion of the promise that was made and everything that was done. None of the municipalities say they don't want those projects done. They just are willing to let them be part of the problems that help slide into that overlap. People forget we've got a 2-year overlap, and it was briefed today to us that we have to put some projects there. So as long as they're, it's easier, municipalities want them, but I would support your
questions or
Well,
comments?
and just a further clarification, because I know, we try to be responsive to emails, and I do as well at the local level. But we have to also remember 75,000 people voted yes for the original plan. So I don't want to get, I always like to keep them in mind. This is the original plan. Yes, it's 18 years or 16 years into it. But, when I get 3 or 4 emails, I also try to balance it with the 75,000 people that said that's what they wanted to do. And I'm certainly open, whether it's public input now, or most importantly, if it's an RTA next, because then you've got the whole region saying, yes, we understand it. The last time we did this, the numbers didn't probably justify it potentially, but going back to the same voters, I think is very important to do.
Any other questions?
Just, again, I appreciate the motion and I think that we have to have, in order to be able to get to the yes that we want to get to at the city of Tucson, we need to make sure that as the motion that was put forward by General Maxwell in January, and again, approved unanimously, identifying the proposed plan and funding to complete the projects as part of the original RTA, it has to be put on the table. With the participation of the city of Tucson, and we really do need a shared understanding of how we will account for inflation and what is considered eligible. Because we all know, I mean, you just talked about an ADOT project being 40% more expensive. We're going to talk about item 12 right now in terms of downtown links, but the more time goes by, the more the cost of inflation goes up. And so when we have heard before that projects will only be funded in $2,006, that is not realistic. And I have not heard anything other than that coming from the RTA executive director. So we do need a shared understanding of how we will account for inflation, because that's reality, and how we deliver the voter approved program that we had promised. So lots of questions not answered, but we have time and we can get to that point that we need to get. We, the city of Tucson, we want to get to a yes. As a matter of fact, Mayor Honey, you mentioned Proposition 411. Because of the January motion that we all agreed upon, the city of Tucson relied on that motion to make our decision in terms of what we were going to do in terms of half cent or a full cent sales tax. And I believe that we decided to go with a half cent to complement the possibility of an RTA next. And I'm committed to that, but we need to make sure that we're finding realistic solutions so that we can get to yes and move forward.
Sir.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to first call the question on my motion, but after we resolved that, I had a question for the executive director based on what Mayor Romero just said, and going back to some comments that he made earlier in this almost 4-hour meeting. Actually, more than 4-hour meeting.
Question? Take a vote.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it.
Thank you. So based on what Mayor Romero just said about the motion that we passed in January, you said earlier, Mr. Mogini, that you were going to be presenting the board with some options to consider. I think you mentioned this during one of Mr. DeGroote's presentations. Yes. So now that we are closer to filling that gap because of the motion that we just passed, between now and our August meeting, can you and your staff be working with the city and their staff to present something to the board in August that will not only address the concerns that the mayor mentioned with regard to our January motion, but that hopefully will get us over that 150 million threshold?
Sure, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Scott, thank you for your motion. Your motion actually helps move the conversation forward. Again, based on General Maxwell's math, I'll take his math. So we're now looking at.
He's doing a lot of serious math. I tell you.
So we're now looking at $100 million range of projects that need to move forward to RTA next. That's consistent with your direction back in January to identify projects to move forward to RTA next to be able to complete current projects. With another $150 million, all existing projects will be fully funded if we can move $100 million to RTA next. How do we identify $100 million? With your motion today, all the remaining projects are City of Tucson projects.
Which is why I think it's advisable that there be discussion between now and August between PAG and RTA staff and.
Exactly. So I agree, but again, thank you for your motion because that helps really get to the next step. The next step is now we'll sit down with city staff and look at the projects remaining. We got to figure out $100 million worth of projects that have to move to RTA next. There is no revenue for those projects. And we'll go down that list and bring it back to you.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. I have a request, Chair. I'm going to have to take a plane in the next 45 minutes, so I have to drive to the airport, and I'm not going to be able to stay here for item 12. But there's new information that I was requested to share by our City Manager Ortega regarding downtown links, which we touch base on item 12. I would like to be here for that discussion, and since this vote has taken place, I think that we can have a much more robust and thorough discussion in our August meeting. But as of the last time there was communication between our city manager, Mr. Ortega, and Mr. Morimi, the scope or the project or the funding gap for downtown links has grown from 11 million to $21.1 million. And so I just wanted to share more, and Charlene is going to give this and for the, let's do this. And for the record, for everyone, I wanted to make sure, or the city manager wanted to make sure that we provided all of the communication that has happened between Mr. Mogimi and him on downtown links. There's letters dating back to, I believe, November 1st of 2021. And then this is a draft. If you can share this too.
It's on this.
Is it with the rest of it? Okay. Are you sure?
I think it's the last page. We'll make sure. If it's not there.
Okay. Anyway, we'll share with you. I think it's not. It's a draft letter. And to be fair, Mr. Mogimi has not seen this. The city manager just put this together today and will submit it officially. It is very concerning how inflation is affecting all of our projects. And so we'll put this in for the record as well. And I think that's because of this communication. I think it's even better to delay item 12 so that we can figure out additional solutions. Share this with you.
Are you moving that it be continued to August?
I am moving that we continue to August.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nays?
All right.
Item 12 has been moved to August. We'll move on to number 13. All in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Nays? I'll be a nay.
I'll stay with you.
I want to stay.
Only if you
I'm
play.
enjoying this conversation too much.
Thank you.
Going to Reno?
Um,
Said my kids over there.